around and find out. I walk the streets with a head held high, sharp tongue like a blade slicing through the sky. You talk big, but your words are hollow. Try to lead the pack, but you can't follow. Damn right, I'm an asshole. Play your game, I'll take control. Fuck around, you'll be filled with hoes. Come around, lock and load. That's right, I'm an asshole. Find out if you're feeling bold. To find out. Got a heart like fire, fists like steel. I don't fake it, I keep it real. Cross my line, you'll face the storm. A hurricane in its purest form. I got plenty of attitude to share. Step up if you really dare. Fuck around and find out. Damn right, I'm an asshole. Play your game, I'll take control. Fuck around, you'll be filled with hoes. Come around, lock and load. That's right, I'm an asshole. Find out if you're feeling bold. Tick, 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 hear the countdown roll. Mess with me and you'll lose your soul. No apologies, no regrets, no shame. You started this now, play the game. You disappeared into the void, swallowed by the dark. No sign, no remembrance. Damn right, I'm an asshole. You challenge my wrath, no mercy, nowhere to run. You play with fire and got burned. Now your kin will mourn and yearn. I forewarned you. Damn right, I'm an asshole. Fuck around and find out. Click, clack, bang, fuck no, we ain't the same. We out here laying our claim. Don't be mad, you're a lame. Ain't no sunshine when you're dead. Cross my path, get riddled to shreds. Best believe no sweat off my brow. Asshole. Damn right, asshole anthem.
Love that song. Hey, Carrie. Hey, Freeside. Okay, so we are going to hop over to Lippy. Lippy Archive. The link is in my description box. And we are going to, or I am going to commentate on, Ernie Shell coming to YouTube for the first time. So we're going to hear what he has to say. Now, the thing about it is, I don't care about Ernie Shell or what he does, but he keeps inserting himself into a missing child case. And I have been told so many things about Ernie and his involvement in the Summer Wells case. It's kind of disgusting, for sure. Carrie Freeside, I have a 10-minute subscriber time limit before somebody can comment. Let me say this. I could care less if you like Ernie Shell or not. Could care less. But I want y'all to remember, Ernie resided at one time, I believe it was 14 minutes from Beach Creek, in the Churchill area. Okay, so Ernie is very familiar with that area. Now, I haven't watched this forever. Thank you, Lippy, for having this in your archives, ma'am. Let's see. I can share my screen with Lippy. So I'm going to commentate on it because I have a lot to say.
Legit or not. People don't know that I'm the operations director for the Special Forces of Liberty Anti-Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation Prevention Act. Also being the director of Operation Rock, which is Rescue Our Children.
After 5 years, where have you shown, Mr. Shell, that you have saved any child? Where have you ever shown that? Individuals themselves had called TBI. You said you were working with TBI. Hawkins County don't know who you are. TBI don't want none of your nonsense. I'm sure people called the CIA. They probably even called President Trump. And he was like, I don't know who this guy is. Right?
I worked contracts with the former president administration with Trump.
If you were associated with all these organizations, why you asses homeless? Why were you homeless? Why did you get thrown in jail? Why didn't anybody come to save you, Ernie?
Administration for combating human trafficking for the actual executive order. And you can check all that out as we actually do legislation for all 50.
And I don't give a shit about none of this. Where he really irks me, the imp irks me, is when he uses a missing child not to, I mean, every time Ernie uses that, and it just irks the shit out of me.
States, we help make the laws for human trafficking, and that's www.humantraffickingpreventionact.com.
Nice. So I see that you're well versed in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
And he's talking to Benny's talking to him. Homeless, careless, jobless. That's right.
Yeah, well, I mean, with martial arts, I've done professional boxing, and I just kind of like want to do a mixture of it and put it out there. With jiu-jitsu, I know enough to survive. I'll just say that, and that's it.
I'm sorry to walk up on you, but are you that Predator Hunter guy?
Oh my God, this is when that freaking chick he knew came up to the car and was like, are you that Predator Hunter? Hey, Mr. A, are you that Predator Hunter that goes around saving children? Is that you? Can I have your autograph?
Oh, yeah, yes, ma'am, I'm doing it.
Oh, that's nice. That's awesome what you do for our kids. As a mother myself, I worry so much about the children. So I'm so thankful for what you do.
Oh, I appreciate that. And like I said before, we always do this for people who, we do it for.
Now, I didn't watch Ernie's live last night, but I heard Mama T, and she was like, Ernie, quit having fake people on your panel. Now, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't watch it, but you guys, I guess people are listening to The Voice or something. The voice sounds familiar. I don't know.
The people, we do it for you, the people.
Oh, that's China. Let me say this, Ernie, next time you try to get someone to enter into Remain Calm's bubble, you need to send somebody a little bit smarter than, the person who's in your chat all the fucking time. See, that's what gets me. Somebody who's in his chat all the freaking time wants to contact me and be like, oh, here's my phone number. Give me your phone number. I want to call you and tell you all of Ernie's deep, dark secrets. And I'm like, no, thank you. Don't care. Hey, Zena. For sure. Let's put it like this, Ernie. When you had a conversation with your friend, Holistic Empire, and, you guys were talking about that you forget not only, little things, but you forget things for days, right? You don't, you're like, oh my gosh, I forget days on end. Really, Ernie? So are you setting up the idea that the day that Summer Wells came up missing, it was said, I didn't say it, but it was said that you went missing from your main core group for a number of hours, right, Ernie? Right? And a little few more tidbits that I have.
And most of all, it's we the people will protect the children at all costs. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't want to take up your time, so it's good.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Ernie,
Okay, sorry.
you are a celebrity,
Sorry about
sir.
Oh, my God. You won't believe it. I can actually literally. Here a second, I'll show you. I can put this hat on when we do these busting these predators in, this hat. And oh, my
That's
God.
nice.
It's like,
This is nice.
I mean, I go into Walmart. We go into Walmart, and it's just like, bam, it's there. And people are like, we thank you for taking that stand. And, we want more and more people to understand what we do.
5 hours. 5 hours. Now, also, you got to remember, Ernie was telling people places to go, motels to go to, all kinds of different stuff. He showed a bus stop where he said trafficking was a prevalent thing. And then he makes the comment that I've been here many times. Many times I've been here, right? How freaking weird is that?
Here's a lot of things people don't understand, and I got you doing this right here. But a lot of people who do it, and like with the Summer Wells case, we didn't just come into it. We asked to join way when it first happened, and we was turned away.
They asked to join way when it first happened, and they were turned down. Ernie, that doesn't make any sense. What about the old couple? The old couple that drew you in to Summer's case, right? Why wouldn't Don Wells? Don Wells did talk to you a couple times, right, Ernie? That was kind of weird. Well, I mean, his stories are just freaking ridiculous. Ridiculous. Hey, Bomber Cat.
Way. And I never understood why we turned away. But, so we just kept on doing a predator bust and, working our investigations, what we do. And I just kept on pretty much working. And next thing you know, this team just asked us out of the blue, hey, can you guys join us? Can you guys help us? Can you guys give us some input on what we're doing? And then, I was like, yeah, anytime, anything we can do to help. And then now we're getting leads. I mean, people they're contacting us, and everything we do, of course, we forward it over to TBI and law enforcement. And we just keep throwing the tips, we keep submitting the tips to them. And,
So what have you done in the last 5 years that has helped this case? For real. And, what? I've seen other creators who have done a heck of a lot more in Summer's case than you ever have, Ernie. Than you ever have.
Oh, but good God. And then finally I was like, well,
he'll always have an excuse, right? Now it's going to be, I wasn't taking my meds because I didn't like the way they made me feel. they were invited into the Summer Wells case. And look, I am not talking about Tina. I am not talking about Holistic Empire. Okay? We're taking that and separating it. Yes, he thinks he's the only one closest to solving the case. I've heard that for 5 years out of Ernie. 5 years.
People didn't know, that, I used to hold 12, I had 12 different licenses, 12 different states for private investigation. So I started looking into it and doing my own little deal with it.
I don't understand how this dude just blatantly lies, right? How do you freaking do that? It's easy for him, I guess. Also, that day, June 15, 2021, I don't like to come out and say things that I was told by other people, because I don't know if it's factual or not. But I heard, Ernie, that within that time frame that you went missing, that you were in an area where there were some things happening. Yeah. I think he was a door to door. So he would be good at that. He would be good at that. As long as he had a t-shirt on that said, I'm going to try to sell you something, but don't let me in your house. That'd be like a freaking a vacuum cleaner salesman that is selling vacuum cleaners, but don't let them in your house, right? This is the thing with Ernie. I've over the last 5 years have watched Ernie do just nasty things to people for no freaking reason, right? No reason. And do I stand behind the people that he has screwed over? Absolutely, I do. Okay, because I've seen him do it. Now, from my understanding, he's running his mouth about Evil Ghosted and Peachy. Am I right about that? I can give my opinion on that. Ernie's jealous, okay? Ernie's jealous. I've never even, he's freaking jealous, right? He is like my brother. He can sell ice to an Eskimo. You know what's funny? This I thought was amusing when he tried to say that I was trying to fit in. Well, Ernie, you're trying to fit in. And you do it, you'll use anybody to do it, and you'll say anything to fit in, for sure.
Of course, you're making that timeline out, and wow, boy, we found out a lot. And then, of course, as soon as you start doing things, we've got, how do I say this? I'll let the cat out of the bag. We've got means that others don't. We're running tag plates and license plates and things like that. So, and of course, everything we get, we submit it over to the TBI and their agency. But we pretty much kind of conducted a little bit of an inside investigation, and this led us to a lot. And
did you send your own license plates to the TBI that day, Ernie? Inquiring minds want to know. Did you send your license plate over to them? Did you tell them the make and model of the car that you were in that day? I'm just wondering. I'm wondering if TBI, when they recovered the video of the gas station, hang on just a second. Okay, sorry. Where was I? Oh, did when TBI got the footage from the gas station, I'm kind of wondering if maybe they should have been looking. I'm sure they looked all around. I'm sure they had pictures of who was at the gas station that day, right? Unless you were parked kind of out of the camera frame. But then again, you're probably not going to remember what you did for 5 hours that day when you went and disappeared, right, Ernie? Right?
Hopefully it pans out, and our main focus and our main prayer is to bring Summer home alive.
Absolutely. Did you be familiar with a lot of the residents from that area, that holler there?
I'm not. I really am not. And the thing about it is, I didn't even have time to even look into the case. Literally, like when they turned us away the first time, of course we continued on what we was doing, which is predator hunts and predator investigations and things like that. But
you do fugitive recovery too, correct?
Yeah, I was a bounty hunter for 18, 19 years now. So.
Wow. So with that now.
But you did know people from the area, right, Ernie? Hey, Sage. You did know people from the area, right? I mean, you lived around there, right? Now, to be honest with you guys, I don't have anything against Fred at all, Fred Hill. But I kind of wonder who from that area. I mean, you wouldn't think that people that are interviewing individuals from the area, would be like, hey, do you happen to know a guy named Ernest Shell, right? I mean, you wouldn't think that they would ask that question, right? Because you wasn't a blip on the radar at that time. But now, hey, all you people that are interviewing people from the Beach Creek area, would you start asking if they know of a Ernest Shell? I'm curious. I want to know. Fred, did you know Ernie? Did you know of Ernie? Only because, like I said, Churchill, 14 minutes from Beach Creek. I'm just curious. I am curious. And I need friends. So I ain't got no friends. I don't fit in anywhere. It's heartbreaking. It really is. He's also school friends with a few other channels with farm animals and such. Yeah, small world. It's a very small world, isn't it? For sure. He says some other things in this.
Actually, I asked because about 2 days ago, we've got a meth house over here that we've just been given hell to. I work with the local police in eradicating houses around here. And there was some guys that were around here trying to round up one of the people from the meth house.
Ernie, what the fuck's wrong with your jaws? You guys see his jaws? The minute that Benny mentioned the METH, watch his face. Seriously, watch his freaking face. I am going to even take it back a little bit. Andrea Presley, what is up with you? For sure.
I work with the local police in eradicating houses around here. And there was some guys that were around here trying to round up one of the people from the meth house, and he had a gun on. Oh man, I didn't know. I don't know the laws. Like, are you, as a fugitive recovery, can you carry guns, or do you have to carry a tape? What is the deal with that?
Yes, I carry a gun. I carry a gun everywhere I go, pretty much.
No, you don't. You do not carry a weapon, sir. You're not allowed to. You're a felon. You are a criminal. And you're not even a smooth criminal.
Even and or. So I mean, it's all part of. It's just like
See, the thing about it is, I love coming on here. I love conversing with very intelligent people. You know, people who have came to my channel to hang out. They're freaking smart. Okay. They all have what is called common sense. All right. We don't use ourselves over here to run around and attack people and talk shit about people, except for you, Ernie. And every time that Ernie is out of my fucking mind, here he pops back up.
having your cereal without no milk. You don't want everyone to do that. So
Right.
go ahead.
So, in terms of Summer,
Here we go.
do you have, different people, and I'm really excited. Actually, I'll just let my friend. Her name is Aussie. She's a criminalist from the UK, or from the UK, yes. And she's involved with Trace Labs and OSINT, which is open source intelligence. So she also works these cases from the backside. Did you get a chance?
Nice to meet you.
Did you get to do much of the other terrain, like on the mountains? Did you get to search much of that?
No. And the thing about it is, and what really, really hurt everything is after we done what we did, and if people can see the actual live footage, what we did, you can see that I actually held a cell phone while I was climbing a mountain, and on the side of
He held a cell phone while he was climbing a mountain. Lisa, don't get me started on you today, lady.
the hills, just to be transparent and to have that clarity where everyone could see.
I'm just messing with you, Lisa. I'm not coming for you today.
If I'd found something, I would have been the first to see. They've been the first to see, and it was kind of hard to do that, especially when the mud was 4 inches deep, and we just went places that others wouldn't go. I know a lot of people would have told us, and the reason we searched that place, and the whole reason even being there, is because the owner himself had said if the bodies be found, it'll be found in that covert. And that
See, the owner of that, if I remember correctly, the owner of the racetrack said, "Get out of here. Get off of my property," right? Yeah, he climbed the mountain with one hand, which is interesting, right? Because if you go back and you look at Ernie, okay, he was going to take Candace a pizza. Ernie, and you can go back and watch it, right? I'm not sure, Tara, what he's lying about today. I didn't pay any attention. I became aware of, I didn't even know he went live. Somebody called me, right? They did. They even wrote a letter saying that. Absolutely. Absolutely. My question is, and I will question this forever, where has Ernie shown that he has done anything to help find missing and trafficked children, right? Where has he shown any of that? Now, this is the thing. Ernie can have his dreams of grandeur that he was, this big predator hunter guy, etc., etc. There is only one channel that I have watched a couple of predator hunter channels, and Blythe told me about a predator hunter. I don't want to get it wrong, and I think it's like 606 or something. And I really liked that predator hunter because he showed where he works with law enforcement, right? And I'll never forget Ernie talking to a so-called predator, and you know, this predator they're talking about, he has spoke about contacting minors, etc. And I remember Ernie saying, okay, well, don't do it anymore. Don't do it anymore. If you're aware that it's, you know, that you're not doing a good thing, then just don't do it anymore. And this is just me. I don't know how anybody else feels. And this is just the way I feel about it. How do I put this into words? Ernie seems to be okay, let's move on. Ernie said the other day he would have found Summer if everybody would have left him alone. Where was anybody messing with him, Tara? Where was anybody freaking messing with Ernie? If anything, he had people believing every word he said. It was a freaking game to him. Hey, Karen with a C. It was a game to him. Anytime someone tried to have a decent conversation with Ernie about Summer Wells, he would fucking go off into left field. Okay? Really, with Ernie, that's the only thing I ever wanted to have a conversation about. He says that he knows things, that he did things, and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I would get, anytime that I would try to ask him about it, he would say shit like, yeah, you know, she was put into different pieces. Don Wells did it, blah, blah, blah. Now, all of a sudden, he's talking about a shallow grave. How does that fucking work, Ernie? How does that work that you say you know for a fact that her dad did it? She was put in small pieces. And now you're saying that she was in a black tote and put in a shallow grave. Now, needless to say, we do not know what happened. We do not know what happened to her, right? And I mean, moving on, because he says a lot more. And Lippy, I love Lippy. I love Lippy's channel. I love what Lippy puts out. Thank you for putting this out, Lippy. You guys, Lippy's link is in my description. Please show Lippy some love.
Culvert that's from the racetrack there. It's like a little bit of water there. It's like a little stream that goes down, and we searched it and we covered the entire area. And then if you notice, the people who don't want us doing this, is people who don't care. There are people who never will get out there and even attempt to make a search.
I don't find that to be true. I don't think that people were telling you not to do stuff because they didn't care, right? I think that they were trying to make sure that things did not happen that could not be used in a court of law, right? But my thing is, you know, he states things as being factual. Now, the thing about it is, I'm not going to sit here and say that he never communicated with people from the area and different things like that, because I personally don't know. But it seems like he never had personal conversations with anybody from that area, right? The people, if any, don't want you doing it because you lie and try to plant evidence. Good point, Carrie Lawson.
One lady, I'm not gonna say no name. We all know who it is. She was friends with a certain psychic and business partners in the beginning. But she gets out there in flip flops. First off, you never do search and rescue in flip flops or sandals. You cannot do that. You
No.
cannot do that.
Heck no.
So what, Ernie? So what? Somebody had flip flops on. And, you know, wasn't you the one that were friends with the psychic? I could be wrong.
So she gets out there and she's like, "Oh, don't search this place."
No, well, Tara, even though I think he's an asshole, I'm not going to put that on him. I do not believe that Ernie is the reason the case has not been solved yet. But I think that people need to really consider what. See, a lot of people don't put things together. And, you know, when, and I showed it on my channel where Tina, Holistic Hempire, was talking with Ernie and asking him questions. And one of the questions pertained to Ernie losing track of time. Not just a couple hours, but days, right? Days on end. Now, some people probably listened to that and it didn't, you know, speak to them at all. When that was said with things that have been said to me, and let me tell you guys something. I've had people say things about Ernie for 5 years to me behind the scenes. So I just never came out and really spoke on it. I'm not going to put the names of those people out there. But when that was said, I was like, wait a freaking minute, okay? June 15, 2021, Ernie allegedly disappeared from the group of people that he was with for hours. Okay? Hours. Now, like I said, I would like, you know, okay, be careful. Love you. I would like to know exactly, you know, when TBI collected that footage from the gas station, you know, I would hope that they acquired the data over more than just the amount of time that they say Candace was there, right? Now, the weird thing, because I try to really think about situations and stuff like that and take things into, you know, I try to really, you know, open my thought process and not have tunnel vision on a specific thing. So, all right. If Fred was actually with Chad Arnold that day at the gas station, what time period was that? Because allegedly Candace seen Chad sitting on Fred's property, right? So, you know, you got to kind of think about that. You know, there's just a lot there that you have to really take into consideration. But Ernie is very much aware of the area at 110. There's no doubt about that. He also is very familiar with the motels, etc. And he says that himself. You know, he always recommended to other people, right? Hey, you should go question these people at this motel. But Ernie never did that himself. Why not? Why didn't Ernie ever show himself going anywhere to question anybody in Summer's case? I've never seen it. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's big on going around social media and, you know, talking to individuals or whatever. But I've not ever seen Ernie. I've never seen it. Has anybody ever seen it? I've never seen it, right? I will always think he twisted everything, planted evidence, lied about things said by the parents. I really feel like he stopped a lot of the truth. And I can only give my opinion on this, right? Is with Candace, this is just me. This is how I feel, okay? I truly don't think that with his relationship with Candace, that had anything to do with trying to find Summer. I think that Ernie liked the fact that Candace was in a position, and like I said, this is my opinion, that Dawn was in jail. You know, she needed some love and hugs or whatever. And I truly believe that Ernie's way of thinking at the time was more about trying to piss off Benny Keys. Okay? Trying to piss off Benny Keys. And I will tell you why I thought that. Is because Candace went to Tina's, I'll say her place of business. And Ernie was trying to get her on camera, not to speak about Summer, but try to put out a narrative that Benny Keys knew Dawn before Summer had went missing and Benny had met them, right? He absolutely was trying to put that out there. Now, and I'll just give you guys, you know, my thought process on that was he was trying to say that Dawn and Benny had been incarcerated together. Now, I could be wrong. I've never asked Benny, you know, how that transpired or whatever. My understanding, just from what I heard, you know, on the YouTube streets, was that Benny had been incarcerated at one time. Dawn had been incarcerated a different time, but they both had been incarcerated in the same facility, and they not at the same time though. So they knew of like jailers or guards or whatever, you know, they knew of these people because they had been there before. Hey, May May. saw a video of Summer today. I never heard of the channel he done frame by frame of the milk jugs. What? Okay, May. There are many, many, many new channels that are out there speaking about Summer. And let me tell you guys something. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Bly sent me a link to a individual that he has spoken. I believe he spoke to Chris McDonough. He also spoke to one of the individuals from the behavioral panel. And I want to get through this because I wanted to go over that too, for sure. We can set after 5 years and keep going over the same materials that we have for 5 years. And believe me, right? But what are they hearing, May? What are they hearing? Zena said he's always been suspicious AF. The way he inserted himself and his crew has always been off. I think we have predators among us on YouTube. I agree, Zena. I agree. For sure. I agree that there are a lot of predatory individuals on YouTube. Absolutely. For sure. Hey, PG's little girl. So I could go back over a lot of different things and probably have different feelings about it, for sure. One of the things I always try to do is listen to individuals that have a lot of credentials. And I talked about this before. I believe it was on Duty Ron. He had I think it was like a forensic psychologist, or I can't remember. But this woman, she studied the milk jug video and said that, truly, she believed Summer was alive. She believed that one thing she could not say is if maybe, there were substances involved or whatever. Now, and that right there, hey, Cinnamon Girl, that right there showed me that the woman wasn't making stuff up. She, when somebody, if you go back and you listen to a lot of people that have a lot of credentials behind their name, I don't understand how so many people try to demean these people's character. They try to say these people don't know what they're talking about. There were a lot of people who came after EquiSearch, and those were people that had no credentials behind them, but they had a problem with EquiSearch, a big problem with EquiSearch. And me personally, I'm like, I would rather hear what EquiSearch has to say than anybody else who had inserted themselves into Summer's case, right? Yeah, there is evil people. Hello, degenerate lost. For sure. I mean, it is sad, but there are a lot of evil people in the world. Absolutely. For sure. So, like I said, when Holistic Empire, you know, was questioning Ernie, and he admittedly, right, had not only, see, this is what got me about that whole thing, because Ernie tried to downplay it. Ernie was like, yeah, I forgot who my high school coach was. Well, that could be considered a normal thing, right? I couldn't tell you a lot about people that I knew in high school. I mean, that was decades ago, right? But hours. Where were you? Where were you, Ernie? Where were you throughout that time frame? Where were you? Inquiring minds want to know. But oh yeah, you can say, oh, I don't know. I forgot where I was 5 hours on June 15, 2021. I forgot, right? But you knew your way around in the dark when you took that pizza up there, right? Then in this, you're talking about going up a hill. Doesn't sound like the conditions were all that great. You had a cell phone in your hand, and you just trotted your ass right on up the side of that mountain, right?
Places it, ha 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 ha. She has her little dog Toto with her, and I was just sitting there. I mean, I literally I made a complete, I made a complete fool out of her, but it was just crazy because people actually think you can actually get out there and do it. When you do the footwork in this, it's just like you're hunting for a fugitive. But remember, now here's something else too about mixing.
See, that's what gets me too. Ernie, he's really big on cutting everybody else down, no matter what they've done, no matter, he is the guy that knows it all, right? He's the guy who does everything better than everybody else. But he's also the guy that he's really strange. I mean, we all know he's strange, but Ernie does things and, demeaning my character, acting like that he has some sort of control over me, my life, my channel. And he doesn't. He does not. Hey, Chris. Just like he was on Brian Laundrie's chair, but yet the boy was under the water the whole time. Didn't he? I could be wrong, but didn't he say something about Dog the Bounty Hunter then? That they had done some stuff together or whatever? He's on the warpath today. Why? Why is he on the warpath? Yeah, I heard him saying that he was going to copyright strike anybody that used these stuff. Nobody has to use your stuff. Like now, I'm using Lippy stuff because I love Lippy. He did Jen? He struck you for a video? That is funny. You won the strike. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Good for you. Well, I don't know what his problem is because, you know, he's struck flies a couple times and it's like, dude, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? It's ridiculous. He has 10 days to take it to court. Well, you know, why does he think that he's special? If he wants a date, hate to tell him I like the woman. If he wants to date, hate, tell him I like the woman. Well, let me tell you, I've got him blocked over here. I do. And the thing is, I really hadn't done anything to piss Ernie off. What pissed him off is that I allowed women on my freaking panel that he didn't like. That was the whole thing about it. And my life is not going to change because Ernie Shell doesn't like me, right? Yes, he does. He pisses himself off. I mean, we're talking about a guy that punches himself in the freaking face. For real. He punches it. I have it. I can pull it up and show you guys. The dude punching himself in the face. I would like for... I've not heard anybody say anything good about Ernie. We could do content on that for days. Yes, CM, you've never seen Ernie punching himself in the face. He was also, and I have it also, trying to convince someone, you know, that they had like, I'll say a disability. He was trying to get that guy to punch himself in the face. I mean, for sure. For sure.
Yes, and I really want to get on this. With Future Recovery and being a bounty hunter, we have a thing called the Future Recovery Network. That's saying if I'm in Tennessee and I'm looking for a fugitive out in California, I can contact the Future Recovery Network and I'll be like, hey, who's on in California? Who's on in San Jose?
Who's on first? Who's on second? Word salad. Werewolves in his DNA. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that, Zena. I forgot about that. You know, I think it would have been a little different for me, and this is the truth. It would have been a little different for me with Ernie if I really thought that his intentions inserting himself into a missing child case was you know, honest. That's not what I've seen over the last 5 years. Well, I mean, whenever he came to YouTube, right? Not selfish or a scam. Well, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I absolutely turned on 10 minutes for my, you know, you have to be a sub for 10 minutes before you can leave a comment. And Yes, on my banner, I absolutely have my Cash App and my Venmo on there. I absolutely have where individuals can become members on my channel. I think it's $1.99 or something like that. And why not? Right? Why not? You loved watching him get tased. Yes, we have that too. We have him being tased. He acts like he's better than everybody else. And in his demented mind, if he wants to feel that way, more power to him. Right? And like I said, I do not like the way that he has treated some people that I consider my friends at all. I get more angry about the shit he says about someone that I consider a friend than how he spoke of me, right? Wondered how he came into Summer's case. Well, supposedly, right? I don't know how he inserted himself. There was supposed to have been an interview that Predator Hunter Nation was going to do with Don Wells. And Don ghosted him, right? He just didn't want to have a conversation with him. And so allegedly there was an older couple that I don't know, they seen him, and I mean, I don't know.
And it's within seconds, maybe minutes, somebody's gonna come on. What do you need, brother? Boom! I need a spot check done. So and so area. We have that brotherhood. We have that connections and that network marketing and ability to do that, and we have that reach out there now. So if we could do
really, I don't know, Ernie, because you never show anything. You talk crap. You talk a whole lot of crap. And by the end of it, what do you get out of what you're saying? Honestly, anybody who's ever sat and listened to Ernie, what has been the takeaway of those conversations that you have heard, especially when it comes to a missing child? Especially when it comes to a missing child. He's good at selling the snake oil. Hey, I've always said to each their own, and I truly mean that. I am not, all creators are different. And, you know, for a long time when I first started my channel and, you know, speaking about different things, I didn't think that I wasn't going to monetize. I was not going to monetize my channel. And I'll never forget Cher saying to me that you put in the work, you should monetize, or something like that. That's not direct word for word. And so I did. I finally did. Sue Lawson. You know, I think that sometimes too, Sue. The different things that I have heard behind the scenes, it does make you wonder. It does make you wonder, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's more. Look, there's more than me that absolutely think that absolutely thinks that. I hate to go back to it again, but that conversation that I showed where Tina was questioning him, to me, that set it up, right? Well, I'm not going to say that she helped me, but I mean, at first she had some encouraging words for sure. There wasn't a lot of communication there on what was transpiring, right? But I've never sat on my channel and talked about Cher at all. Cher in the beginning, Jay for Justice talked to Don, and Cher spoke to him a lot, a whole lot. I believe, and I'd have to go back and look and find the live where Cher talked a little bit about Tim Mullins. But the night that Cher came over on my panel and Don Wells came into chat, I wish I'd have kind of had a heads up about that first, right? I thought the conversation was going to be, you know, along a different. I didn't know that my thoughts about talking about the case, I wasn't prepared when Cher came over and started talking about the church and the adoption process through the church and magazines with kids' pictures in it, like an adoption magazine. I didn't know that is what we were going to talk about or whatever. So it kind of threw me off. So, but no, I would recommend, I would definitely recommend watching Cher and going back and pulling up where Don Wells was on her panel and listening to a lot of, you know, those conversations for sure. I hadn't been there for a long time, just lost the plot. Wish them nothing but the best. Yeah, well, that's the way it should be, Zena. I truly feel if, you know, we're all grown adults here. Sometimes I think people forget that not every creator is going to agree on content or different things like that. But it doesn't mean because maybe they're talking about something that you're not interested in, that doesn't mean you need to go around and, you know, bash people for sure. Yeah, she got under Don's skin for sure. I think more Candace. But sometimes it's just listening to what people say. And, you know, one thing I do remember Cher saying from the get-go was that anything that she felt needed to go to law enforcement, she was sending it to law enforcement. Dawn knew that. If I remember correctly, Dawn absolutely knew that if Sheriff felt like something he said needed to go to law enforcement, she was going to send it to law enforcement. And from what I remember, Dawn was good with that. Dawn was A-okay with that.
That with fugitives and have other people do spot checks. We can find fugitives like that, people who don't want to be found. Imagine what we can do with kids who do want to be found. You see,
Right.
that's a whole part of the network.
Why were you not actually, this is the thing. And I will say this, I don't give a fuck who takes it out of context. Anyone can go anywhere and act like they're doing something, right? Act like they're doing something. He never found fugitives either. I've never seen him do anything. I have never seen him do anything. Absolutely, he is, May. And I believe, like everybody else does, that there does need to be new eyes looking into the situation. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with new channels coming out and keeping her name out there and talking about the case. Nothing at all. The only thing that frustrates me is when they put something out as being factual when I know that it's not factual, and I have the receipts that show that it's not factual. But guess what? I don't comment. I don't comment. I don't give my opinion. I just shake my head and, continue to stay in my lane. There's one thing I've always said. I will allow anyone on my panel. I will allow them to have their opinions. I will allow them to talk and talk and talk without much interruption. From sometimes 3.5 hours to freaking 8 hours. It's not my job to go around and find inconsistencies in what anybody is saying. There is plenty of other people who do that. For sure. And some of those people are really good at it. Really, really good at it.
We created. And with the Trump administration, and I know with patriots and everything, but, I don't like to get in politics, but with the Trump administration, the executive order on combating human trafficking did just that. We set that.
I was always curious about when, and I don't know a lot of these people. Summer Wells community stopped looking for her and started attacking each other and the subs, and it never stopped. Yeah, that's true, Sage. They did. They absolutely did. We don't know, the perpetrator could be past. That is true, May. That is true. There has been a lot of individuals that have passed away. For sure. there there's certain people in, if you want to call it the Summer Wells community, however, you know, whatever label you want to put on that, that I truly believe started out with good intentions. They were doing different things and saying different things, and some of them kind of, a lot of them took different directions. They just took different directions on their content and how they came out and, you know, spoke about Summer's case, whether it had been what law enforcement talked about or, you know, the money situation and things like that. But even with that happening, I personally still want to believe that some of those individuals still prioritize Summer being missing, if that makes sense. Well, I don't know anything about y'all hanging out over Daisy's, Andrea. So I never really hung out at Daisy's, but I never asked who did, right? This is what always got me, because many people, they were pro Dawn and pro Candace, and they wanted them to come on their channel and talk about whatever, that within a short period of time decided that they were not pro Dawn and pro Candace. So Summer's case has brought a lot of weirdos out. The hills have eyes. You know, the hills do have eyes. And I am not quoting Scott H, because I'm sure that, you know, I'm not saying it, you know, like exactly like Scott H said it. But Scott talked about one of his family members, I think, speaking on, you know, the fact that when the hauler is ready, something will come out. Something will come out eventually, right? Well, you know, one thing about me over here, I'm not going to sit and demean Ronnie Lawson's character. I'm not going to say that the guy is hiding things in Summer's case. And if he is hiding things, it's things that absolutely is not for us to hear. I do believe that he wanted Summer found just as bad as everyone else. The new sheriff coming in, one of the things, and I showed this man talking about, you know, him becoming sheriff, different things that, you know, he wanted to do. And he absolutely opened his door to anybody who wanted to call him and have a conversation with him. he also, and this is just me remembering what he was saying, he spoke about people in the area with addictions and different things like that. He was also in charge of the snitches at some point. And nearly every channel that speaks of her gets attacked by people who think their opinions are the right ones. And heaven forbid if the channel is onesies, even though everything else is. Miss Justice, how are you? Well, you know, Sage, that, I mean, look, if somebody's going to be out there and they're going to talk crap about me, making money off of, you know, this name or that name, guess what? Today I'm giving them something to talk about, right? Oh no, Miss Justice. I am sorry to hear that. That sucks. No, Daisy's a nurse from my understanding. Andrea, I'm not having a discussion over here about Daisy. Okay. So, I don't know why you want to bring Daisy up. Clear people are being blackmailed to stay quiet in Beach Creek. Really, Sage? You think so? That they're being blackmailed to stay quiet? I think a lot of them have came out and talked about their addictions and all that stuff, right? Yeah, not, well, we're just talking, Miss Justice, about different stuff. We're just talking about different stuff. I'm not necessarily, I mean, yes, I'm talking about Ernie, but we're talking about a lot of different stuff. So, but, you know, if Ernie really wants, right? Yeah, Chris, I don't know, honey. I don't know if Daisy still got her channel or not. The last I knew with Daisy was she was coming on every once in a while, but that she was working and yeah. I mean, that's really the only thing I know about Daisy. For sure. But ask Ernie where he was June 15, 2021. And the time that he went missing. What was he doing? Where was he at? For sure. Yeah, honestly, Andrea, I don't know if Daisy had a falling out with Candace or Dawn or anything like that. I really don't know. Not saying anything bad about Daisy because I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I told Ernie he was late to the party about the documents saying Candace and Dawn essayed the boys. Lisa Kay saying they were unsubstantiated when it clearly shows they were substantiated. Well, those papers caused quite the scene on YouTube, didn't they? Right? Well, Chris, if that is your opinion, that is your opinion. For sure. Benny's issues had nothing to do with Summer Wells. Nothing at all. Ernie's issues when he went to jail, as far as I know, had nothing to do with Summer Wells, right? But I just don't understand, Ernie, how more than one person behind the scenes stated that you were in an area that where you were parked at on June 15, 2021, it wasn't quite noticeable. It was noticeable enough that, like I said, I'm wondering whoever got the whoever got the information, got the evidence that a lot of people had thrown out there, said Candace was at this gas station that day. See, the thing about it was nobody even thought to maybe ask this woman that says she knew for a fact that Candace was there that day, if Ernie Shell wasn't there that day at some point, right? Well, a lot of times, and I've seen it happen, I mean, you know, whose issues? I know we were all good to Candace and Dawn, but with all the things coming out now about them, I don't feel the same. Well, that's true, Miss Justice. You're right. There was a lot of people that were not good to Dawn and Candace at all. And then there was other people that were very good to them and tried to help them and different things like that. I personally never wanted to have a conversation with Dawn or Candace. Only because, look, where had anyone thought that becoming friends with Dawn or Candace, either one, where did they think that out of 1,000 people, right, who wanted to be Dawn and Candace's friend, where did any of them think that Dawn and Candace was ever going to say what possibly happened that day? Now, Dawn, honestly, you can kind of take Dawn out of the equation if he was at work. if he had the boys at work that day. That changes everything. Could Don have came back and dropped the boys off? See, Jody said something that kind of, I remember her saying it, and this isn't word to word verbatim, but Jody had made a comment that it was really weird to her, right? Almost like Don at some point maybe had thought he was going to come into the holler and pick the boys up and make it seem like that he had just gotten home with the boys, right? Something along those lines. That was kind of interesting to me. I could possibly see that happening, but the Dazed, did you have a good night with your karaoke stuff, girl? I was watching. Girl, I cannot sing. I cannot sing for real. Or I would come over and sing my little heart out. Maybe I will next time. Just come over and hang out. Oh, thanks, Dazed. Thank you. Okay, so Ernie, the protector of children, why did he? Do you guys remember when they were talking about someone had taken him to Trump Towers, and he goes into the building and he comes back out with a little bag of goodies, right? They talk some about he went in, I don't know if he went into the bathroom. Somewhere Ernie had a freaking bag of only Ernie's goodies, right? That he brought out of that building. Right? You had to look up the word Paragon. Sage, let me tell you something. That is like, and I'll say this again, I don't know why Ernie thinks that he has a right to speak on anybody or anybody's relationship or anything like that. But this is just what I think, and I could be wrong. The reason that he's bringing up and saying shit about Evil Ghosted and Peachy is because he is wanting attention. He is wanting attention. He kind of goes through these spells like that, right? Where he will run around, he will demean everybody's characters, he will talk shit about everybody because he feels like it gives him attention, right? I think I keep losing the conversation. Then you say something along the lines, think I'm going nuts. What, Mama? Why are you talking about Benny, Chris? Why are you talking about Benny? But if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. I'm not here to change your opinion on anybody. Look, I don't agree with a lot of what transpired in the beginning of Summer's case. But who am I, right? Who am I? Because his face, that's Ernie. Oh, no, that is Benny, isn't it? You're right. Benny is up there. You're right. Ha ha. Okay, Chris, sorry. Sorry about that. You know what is funny? If you go over to Cher's, I don't know if she still has. Cher has a background or something, and it's people with they have hoods and stuff on, and one of them looked like Benny, for real. I would have to find it to show it to you, but you know, they're holding torches and stuff like that, and they've got these cloaks on with hoods on, and one of the guys looks like Benny's face. Seriously, for real. Okay. Well, let me tell you something. I would rather look at Benny's face than Ernie's face. I can tell you that right now.
Those networks up. I went state to state forming with law enforcement, different agencies.
No, it wasn't a vigil. It's on Cher's intro, like background thing.
Advocacies and federal agencies and people who really just wanted to help. And we formed nations. We had those networks. And that's when pretty much I got turned Operation Rock pretty much into Predator Hunter Nation. And now we have chapters in 35 different states and continuing to grow.
30.
Where they at then, Ernie? Where they at? Where are all of these people that you said you had at your beck and call that could go into the holler in Beach Creek, do an extensive search? You said that you had helicopters at your beck and call that could go in and help do these searches, right? You asked Candace if you could come up there and search. Now, she told you no. She said her lawyer said it wasn't a good idea. I don't believe that. But why didn't you? Why didn't you use all of that and go into that holler and search the public land to find her? Even if you weren't given permission to search the 110 property, there is still a lot of public access that you and your big team of whatever could have went in there and helped do a search, right? I have to agree with you, Carrie. I don't think that this is my thing. After all these years, it's like deja vu with the situation. Why couldn't you have done that if you cared that much? If you cared that much, right? He said he was on the case, and he said he was off the case. Now he's back on it again. Yeah, I don't understand that either, Miss Justice, right? I don't understand that either. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with talking about Summer's case and trying to put things together. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And look, y'all can say whatever you want about Benny Keys. Benny put out some really good stuff as far as Summer's case. He talked about the area, and if Summer would have walked off, you know, how as far as a young child, how far can they actually travel depending on the child and their athleticism. And I find it to be sad that a lot of meaningful content, that Benny had put out that was talked about is no longer there. I'm not going to sit here and say that I agreed with everything that Benny did or what he put out or things like that. Absolutely not. There were things that transpired that, I was like, no fucking way. But then again, there was a lot of things that he put out that should have made people see that area in the way that he described it, right? Even the time that Benny was there, what he learned, the things that he did come out and share with people, whether you agree or not, was a hell of a lot more than Ernie even thought about doing. Right? Yeah, Dolly stuff was pretty interesting. Do you guys remember when what was it, so-called, was it a cousin, a friend, or I don't remember. Dolly had a call-in show and someone called in and let's see, what were they saying that, I can't remember. People have said so much stuff. I've heard over and over some YouTubers signed an NDA with Candace and Dawn. Maybe that's why they deleted their content. The NDA was kind of weird to me, only because what did they not want people to know? Right? The majority of the people that went to 110 Ben Hill Road, I never, and this is just me, I never heard people, it seemed like people started out trying to help them, spending their own money, their own time, resources, buying things for the home to help improve the home. And they didn't come out and speak on it until they allegedly got treated like shit by Candace. Not even so much Dawn, right? Oh, I can guarantee you it was a Tim Mullins idea, right? An NDA is a non-disclosure agreement. An NDA means that you cannot speak about what you see. You can't speak about what you hear. You just can't, you know, you can get into a lot of trouble if you sign an NDA and you go out publicly and, you know, speak on things that you're not supposed to speak on, is what that means. For sure.
5 state, that's incredible, Ernie. That's something to be proud about.
Well,
can I ask
you know what? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Is a lot of us that that get involved in these certain things that become our passions. Some kind of way, crime has touched our lives in a real personal way. And has something happened that's pushed you towards being this person in your life? Do you have a real?
Listen to this. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. Oh, wait. Okay. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't know if I slowed it down or not. But listen to this. Now, anyone who personally knows Ernie, if this is true, let me know. Giving them the benefit of the doubt, which I honestly could never do from the beginning. See, that's the whole weird thing about it, right? Because you got to look at Dawn and Candace's relationship. They lost all their kids. And highly my opinion, it seemed like Candace was more bothered with the boys being taken than Dawn was. That is what I kind of seen myself. And yet, when it came down to it, when she had the possibility that, you know, people were helping her, they truly wanted her to have a better life, have her kids, and she chose Dawn. That's grounds for a civil suit. Yeah, they can supposedly sue you if you come out and da-da-da-da-da, right? No, this conversation is when Ernie Shell first came to YouTube. It was 2022, I'm wanting to say. Hold on, Lippy's got it on here exactly when it was. August 25th, 2021. August 25th, 2021. So that was even before I thought, oh, hell, it's right up here. August 25th, 2021. Summer went missing June 15th.
Story behind the struggle?
I do. My family was real predator hunters. And when I say that, they didn't just hunt them down and expose them. They was old-timey people who done away with actual predators. My whole family, it's no lie, it's no secret, is killers. My brother is a serial killer.
So you're saying that your family went out there and physically, in some physical way, took care of predators? Because you're saying your brother's a serial killer? Who allegedly else did your brother unalive, Ernie?
My brother to justice in 2013. After that, that really is what touched me. Go ahead.
So,
well,
in terms of summer, do you have, for people, and I'm really excited. Actually, I'll just let my friend. Her name is Aussie. She's a criminalist from the UK, or from the UK, yes. And she's involved with Trace Labs and OSINT, which is open source intelligence. So she also works these cases from the backside. But did you get a chance?
Nice to meet you.
Did you get to do much of the other terrain, like on the mountains? Did you get to search much of that?
No. And the thing about it is, and what really, really hurt everything is after we done what we did, and, if people can see the actual live footage, what we did, you can see that I actually held a cell phone while I was climbing a mountain and on the side of the hills, just to be transparent and, to have that clarity where everyone could see. If I found something, I would have been the first to see, they'd been the first to see. And it was kind of hard to do that, especially when the mud was 4 inches deep. And we just went places that others wouldn't go. I know a lot of people would told us. And the reason we searched that place, and the whole reason even being there, is because the owner himself had said if the bodies be found, it'll be found in that covert.
And we know that's not true. Why would the owner specifically tell Ernie to go search a property and where the remains of someone would be and turn around and tell him to get the hell off his property, right? I do believe what happened to Summer is for a fact at least one person in 110 wrote at the same time what happened to Summer. This is the thing, right? His family was predator hunters. That's what he said. Yes, he's saying that they were unalivers. And yes, Ernie said that absolutely he brought his family into the trafficking conversation for sure. If someone was on the hill, whether it had been someone with addictions that were coming up to maybe steal something, whether it would have been, there are a lot of people. If you go back to the beginning of Summer's case, if you believe in psychics, you believe whatever, mediums, individuals that specifically work with energies, however you want to put it. There are very few that have said they do not believe that the parents had anything to do with it. Many, many, many of them say they believe Candace sold Summer, sold her. I cannot say that's factual. I was not there, right? That's true, Miss Justice. I've heard that. I have heard that. And it may not make any sense, but, like I said, me included, I don't cover things, appropriately most of the time. I mean, a lot of people just don't like me, and I'm okay with that. But I will say, even with a lot of the people that don't like me or however they feel about me, I put that to the side, especially when it comes to that case, only because some of the content that they have shared and put out was good content, was things that actually interested me and stood out to me. There are many individuals that will sell their child, and for whatever reason, you know, it could be the most petty reason why they do it. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Something about, hang on, I'm trying to see my chat. Hold on. Hang on, y'all. I need to get over here to my chat for sure. Please consider giving me a thumbs up. I would appreciate that for sure. Consider becoming a member if you want to. That is completely up to you. For sure, for sure. Okay.
Culvert that's from the racetrack there. It's like a little bit of water there. It's like a little stream that goes down, and we searched it and we covered the entire area. And then if you notice, the people who don't want us doing this, is people who don't care. There are people who never will get out there and even attempt to make a search.
And I don't believe that. I don't believe that people didn't want anyone to do searches for a missing child. It had nothing to do with that child missing, and everything to do with people who knew Ernie's character. They had already seen, like I said, long before Ernie came to YouTube, he was on Facebook. And a lot of people kind of followed him from there over to YouTube. Unbelievable. Yeah, people, yes. It is sad, but very true. I cannot remember the little girl's name off the top of my head. Her mother owed this guy, I think it was a couple $100 that the guy had given her to help her pay a bill or something. And she handed her daughter to this man. This man took that child, I believe, to a deserted house and unalived that child. That mother immediately took the little girl's belongings and was giving them away and different things like that. So
one lady, I'm not gonna say no name, we all know who it is. She was friends with a certain psychic and business partners in the beginning. But she gets out there in flip-flops. First off, you never do search and rescue in flip-flops or sandals. You cannot do that. You cannot do that.
Heck no.
So she gets out there and she's like, "Oh, don't search this place. This place is it. Ha 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 ha." She has her little dog Toto with her, and I was just sitting there. I mean, I literally made a complete, I made a complete fool out of her. But it was just crazy because people actually think you can actually get out there and do it. When you do the footwork in this, it's just like you're hunting for a fugitive. But remember, now here's something else too about missing kids, and I really want to get on this. With Future Recovery and being a bounty hunter, we have a thing called the Future Recovery Network. That's saying if I'm in Tennessee and I'm looking for a fugitive out in California, I can contact the Future Recovery Network, and I'll be like, hey, who's on in California? Who's on in San Jose? And within seconds, maybe minutes, somebody's gonna come on. What do you need, brother? Boom! I need a spot check done in so and so area. We have that brotherhood. We have that connections and that network marketing and ability to do that. And
So why didn't you, Ernie? Why didn't you go to Beach Creek and use your talents to search areas? You could have went and knocked on doors to ask people, number one, did law enforcement search your area? Number two, can I do a quick search of your field? Can I, check this or that? Why didn't you? If you had all this power behind you and you want to say that you know what happened, I'm not seeing results of that. I'm not seeing any results to any of that.
we have that reach out there. Now, so if we can do that with fugitives and have other people do spot checks, we can find fugitives like that, people who don't want to be found. Imagine what we can do with kids who do want to be found. You see,
Right.
that's the whole part of the network we created. And with the Trump administration, and I know with Patriots and everything, but, and I don't like to get in politics, but with the Trump administration, the executive order on combating human trafficking did just that. We set those networks up. I went state to state forming with law enforcement, different agencies, advocacies, and federal agencies, and people who really just wanted to help. And we formed nations. We had those networks. And that's when pretty much how I turned Operation Rock pretty much into Predator Hunter Nation. And now we have chapters in 30.
So he's taking credit for Predator Hunter Nation. Right? You can form any organization you want to. It's not the name. It's not even the individuals that, form these organizations. It's what you do with it. It's what you do with it. Anybody can come out here and say that they're doing all of this stuff. My organization is to do this or do that, right? Where's the proof? Where is any of the proof? For real. Anybody can come out and talk a big talk. Talk a big talk. But where's the action? The only thing that I seen Ernie do in the Beach Creek area was go to 110 Ben Hill Road to take Candace a pizza. Like she was going to open the door in the middle of the night to Ernie Shell. Right? And if I remember correctly, was Dee Dee there? Somebody was there. Somebody said that they were there when that happened. And Candace wasn't answering the door. So I wouldn't have answered the door either.
35 different states and continuing to grow.
35 states. That's incredible, Ernie. That's something to be proud about.
Well,
can I ask
you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Is a lot of us that, that get involved in these certain.
And I can't even remember why Benny and Ernie had a falling out. I don't even remember what all that was about. Because, I mean, that wasn't something that I followed. I want to say I didn't follow that stuff. Because to me, it had nothing to do with a missing child.
Things that become our passions, some kind of way crime has touched our life.
Me too, Tara. Me too. That's what I said. Allegedly, everybody knows where I live. They know what my house looks like. And I'm like, hey, send me something. Send me something. I should do an Amazon wish list. See, that's what gets me. I can laugh at people who act like that, my intention was to make a buck. Well, yeah, my intention now is to make a buck because guess what? I don't have the support system that I had a few years back, right? I don't have an Amazon wish list. I think I had one, but I just never paid any attention to coming on my channel and saying, oh my God, y'all better send me something off the wish list, or y'all better cash at me or Venmo me, or, y'all better start paying. Now, I do appreciate everyone who's been very supportive of my channel, but I'll be okay with a thumbs up, right? For sure. Hey, Mama T, obviously you're done over there? Are you done with your live? I caught the first of it. For sure.
Somebody else has this right now. This is probably going to be breaking news. One very credible witness, he's actually really, really good friends, had spotted a girl who looked just like Summer Wells. And a bald-headed guy was carrying her. So he took a photo of the license plate and turned it into this. Of course, I forwarded all the information onto the TBI and law enforcement. And
what happened to that? I don't think I ever heard anybody even talking about that. So now, all of a sudden, now this was back in August of 2021. A bald-headed man was carrying Summer. And Ernie had the license plate. They had a picture of the license plate. Well, I want to know who it was that seen the man and was close enough to get a freaking license plate. Right?
So, but looking into that, the Wells family has family 23 miles from where that was at.
Ernie, you were, if I remember correctly, 14 minutes. I believe 14 minutes from Beach Creek. You resided in the Churchill area. You knew that area, right, Ernie? Yeah, I can guarantee you it was bogus, right? Oh, I don't feel bad about it, Sage. Now I do stuff just because, you know, they want to talk crap about what I do and what I say or what I don't say, for sure. Yeah, 5 hours, Ernie. Where were you, Ernie? Where were you? Now, I can go back to that conversation you had with your friend Tina. You would forget days on end. See, people don't realize over the last 5 years of Summer being missing, Ernie basically has set himself up to have mental deficiencies, I'll say, right? He forgets things. Days worth of things. He travels around on a bus, videotaping passengers. What I would like to know is, where are you sending these videos? And if you're not sending them to others, why are you making them to start with? Why are you on a bus videoing women? Individuals that they look rather young, right? You say that you're in tune with trafficking. Now, don't get me wrong. Many people research trafficking. Personally, I've researched a lot about trafficking over the years. Have I ever known a trafficker personally? Hell no. Have I ever witnessed something that vile and sick where it has to do with a child? No, I haven't. And I would prefer not to even watch something so vile, right? Furthermore, why did Jody Sue say you were picking up money at the Greyhound that day? Wow, Ernie. Is there a reason that you went to that Greyhound bus station that you said Candace was aware of, right? You are the one that came out and said that Candace Bly told you about this bus station, that you came out and said that you were already aware of this bus station. Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
So,
Really?
you know, that is a real big thing, because what he's seen and what he spotted would verify. And hey,
Oh, she said it the other night.
it gives you hope and it gives us prayers that
Absolutely.
Summer's still alive. So, and also the thing about this is, this guy here that's seen all this is former military. He's very, very high ranking, and
He's
he
credible.
knows and he knows recon, and he has studied summer whales. So that was a big plus. Of course,
Who is it? Inquiring minds want to know.
we turned all the information over to TBI and law enforcement.
Why didn't he turn it over to TBI and law enforcement?
Like we've been doing the whole time.
Absolutely.
Was it confirmed?
Yes, go ahead. Ask me anything.
Actually, a two-part question.
Okay.
I feel like being that you're, that you've been connected to, the presidential office and all these other accolades, that you must also be a warrior for justice, correct?
I am.
So do you feel, the start of the two-part question, that wasn't a question. Do you feel like the psychics and electronic voice boxes do a disservice to these cases online? Do you feel like it kind of, the type of awareness?
Well, I don't know much about.
Hey,
Hey,
girl.
hey.
So Jody said that the other night.
Yes, she said it on his panel.
Oh, she was on his panel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
I'm-
said,
Go ahead, babe.
hi, Patty. She said that Ernie was picking up money at a bus station. Do you guys remember the video where he showed the two boys walking away, or the two teenagers walking away? Way back in the day. Holds himself, then he pans around. He's at the Greyhound bus station in Tennessee.
Right. Is that the bus
That's
station
talking about.
is that the bus station that he talked about Candace directing him to say that there was child trafficking going on there? But then this is what got me. He starts talking about being at that bus station many times. Many times.
Right.
So I don't know if people caught that like I did, but I was like, wait a minute.
I also know that he says many times that that there was money involved.
Well, that's what gets me, because 1 minute he's talking about stuff like that, and then the next minute he's saying that Don unalived her and did this and that to her and all of that other stuff. My thing is with Ernie, now, like I said, I've had a lot of conversations behind the scenes pertaining to Summer's case or whatever. Many people have said that this 5 hours or more that Ernie went missing was around the time that Summer went missing, and that he was actually seen at a place where other people from Beach Creek said that they were at the gas station. Now,
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I have somewhere, I have video clips of Ernie on panel with Barbara Walters. And, she's asking him questions about the Summer Wells thing. And that is brought up. And yes, CM, that's part of the video. Yes. But there is another one out there where he is videoing kids walking away. Teenagers.
Well, my thing is him videoing people on the bus while it's traveling, and these people cannot just get up and walk away and get away from him. Why? I mean, what
Do you
is he do?
Do you remember the video of Ernie filming the young woman and her child?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So now if you kind of put, and I'm not going to say that it's true, it's a speculation at this moment. If you put 2 and 2 together between what Jody Sue said and that video, what do you think's going on?
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. That's my point. Why are you videoing these individuals, you know, sneakily? What are you doing with them? Why would you
And I
just?
wonder, then I wonder if they ever actually made it out of that bus station, their next stop. You know what I'm saying?
Good question. Good question. I've asked myself that 1,000 times. Why are, number one, Ernie, it's not the buses that he was on, it was, what are you not showing us? Because what he was showing us was pretty messed up. It's like, what are you not showing us? For sure.
Exactly.
And I remember, and you can tell me this if I remember correctly, because at some point he came out and said that he was trafficked as a child and all that other stuff, and that wasn't true, right? Was that true or not?
As far as I can remember, his family said it wasn't true.
Right. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Well, I don't know why he, you know, I think he joined in on, you know, a missing child's case, and you know, he wanted to have people believe that he was doing all this stuff to benefit her case. And where anywhere does it show that anything that he has said? I haven't seen him do shit. The closest I've seen him, even in the Beach Creek area, was when he was messing around with Candace while Don was in jail. So,
Hey, Ernie. Oh, sorry, RC. Right.
Go ahead.
Why were you on Van Hill that day? And why did you go to a grave at the end of a road, Ernie? Tell me that.
He was on Van Hill or Ben Hill?
Van Hill. VAN.
Wow. Really? Yeah, Ernie. Why were you in that area? For sure. See, he just
That was just Patty, what was that, like a year ago? Little over a year ago?
wow. Why, you know, that's the whole thing. It's like he's inserting himself, and a lot of people are finally putting a lot of different pieces together as far as Ernie is concerned.
Well,
At
think about it this way, RC, okay? The video that you're playing right now is him on Benny's panel, correct?
Yeah, this is when he first came to YouTube.
Right.
This was August 25th of 2021.
Right. Okay. So in that video, we hear a girl say, "Oh, aren't you that predator hunter guy?"
Yes,
That's China.
Yeah.
That's China. Why would he need to fake all of this shit if he was real?
Right. I agree.
The attention. You got to pay attention to right before he went to jail.
Yeah.
He went to jail in August. It was like maybe 4 to 6 weeks before he went to jail.
Well, my thing is with him, with you know, he got in there with Candace and thought he was special, and I never, the whole time that he was conversing with Candace, I remember him telling her, "I am not involved in this case anymore. I'm not doing it. I'm not talking about it." So why is he still talking about it?
Okay, this is a cycle that Ernie has. First, he attacks all creators that put out the truth on him or that stand up against him, okay? We've already crossed that bridge, right? We've
Right.
already crossed that bridge. So he's already, well, first, okay, no, wait. First, he come back and he starts pissing people off, just being stupid. We crossed that bridge.
Right.
So then
Right.
he pisses off the creators, or he goes after the creators he feels have wronged him and is putting the truth out on him. Myself, Ghost, Degen,
Right.
Nick, you, anybody. Okay. We crossed that bridge. We're on to phase 3 now. Phase 3 is Summer Wells. He cycles back to this every
Yes.
time he says that other stuff. Sorry,
Well
I'm still sick,
because
so my voice is going in
exactly.
and out.
You just said exactly what I was trying to say. He goes through these stages, and one of his little stages is to bring out Summer's name.
That he's got new
watched him.
information.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
stupid.
Well, he's always, I mean, Ernie acts like he's got, he's always got this information. My thing was, I remember hearing him tell someone one time to, hey, go to this motel and question these people and that people. And I'm like, why the fuck aren't you doing it yourself?
Okay, here's
Why are-
another question. Ernie talked about a motel. You guys remember a motel that's like that's really run down, and he says there's a bunch of traffickers and shit there. How does he know where that is?
Exactly.
know where that
That's
is?
what I said. That's what I said, but that's what got me, because he was talking about the shit, but then he was trying to tell other people to go there and question them and do all this shit. And I'm like, wait a minute. If you already know of this place and you're saying that someone at this motel should be questioned about the Summer Wells case, why haven't you done it yourself? Why are you trying,
Yeah. Why haven't you informed LE of this? What games are you playing? Why are you sending people in wrong directions, Ernie?
Well,
First
that's
you
why.
say that Dawn killed her.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what he
There's
said.
no proof of that.
That's what he said. Well,
Yes.
that's like I went up on his panel and
But wait, hold on. One time way back when, he said Benny did it. Remember?
oh yeah, he was always, I mean, he did not, I mean, him and Benny's relationship, or whatever you want to call it, that became chaotic in itself. But he freaking told me that he knew Dawn Wells before, years before Summer went missing. And
Yep.
Tina was even like, well, I didn't know that. He's never said that to me. So then you have to go, okay, well, is that just Ernie running his mouth and telling tales again? Or did he possibly really know Dawn years ago? And the thing about it is, just because the possibility is there that he knew Dawn years before that, really, to me, wasn't, relevant in Summer going missing. What always piqued my interest is the bullshit that he was coming out with that you really had to question.
Yeah, let's also talk about the time that he said that, well, actually, it was Candace that said, does anybody remember, because I remember it very well, that Candace said that Benny kicked her or punched her in the stomach and took Summer and ran.
She said that about Benny?
Yeah, on Ernie's panel.
Wow. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. You know, one thing I will say that kind of stood out to me and probably didn't mean a lot of anything. In the beginning of Summer's case, Benny had, there were mountains and stuff. And for some reason, I don't know if it was on Facebook or whatever, it had pinpointed that he was in Tennessee. Benny says, no, he was in Colorado with his family or something. And I know that, and I don't know why all of that even came out the way that it did. But then, if you go back like 5 years, there's psychics out there that's talking about freaking, you know, something happening in Colorado or whatever, right? So that was really, really weird to me, for sure.
Well, you know, I've thought about something over the years, RC, and I have to really say that, you know, when Ernie goes to certain states, and he goes to these same states, Tennessee, California, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Did I say Tennessee? I said Tennessee. Okay, and New York.
Right.
Okay. All the time, right? Around certain
Right.
times of the year. And after he's been there and gone, after he's been there and gone, I got a phone call. After he's
Okay.
been there and gone, there's so many people missing, including children. And he talks about the tunnels. I'll be back.
All right. I don't know who you are. But you're more than welcome to be on panel. Just please stay respectful, if you will, Mr. Glory Hole.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of curious what factual information this Mama Teabags lady has. Because every
I'm
time I
not sure. We just kind of go with, I'm a commentary channel and I give my opinion a lot. So I let people speak freely over here about, you know, how they feel or different things like that. So
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no,
I mean,
I've seen this woman up on other people's panels, and she just seems to like to lie all the time, and I'm just curious why people believe
why?
her or even listen to
Well,
her.
I mean, why would you say that she's lying when things that she's saying, there are receipts out there? So
Well, yeah, because the reason I say that is because most of the time she comes up and says stuff, and people ask her for receipts. She never shows them. She just relies on other people, or she'll tell you to, well, you go look it up yourself, and stuff like that.
well,
I'm
I
kind of just
mean,
I'm kind of sad that she had a mystery phone call there. I kind of wanted to see what she had to say.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really get into people fighting a lot on my channel. But I mean, you have your opinion and you're giving it, and she's got her opinion on things and she's given it. As far as Ernie, I don't have a lot of the history that other people have with him. I know how he's, he's just, Ernie's Ernie, and, he can be very disrespectful at times. So, but no, we're kind of just going over his first interview when he came to YouTube concerning a missing child, right? And
Sure.
are you posting AI pics of Cyrex and telling your people that Peachy is sending him merch? Are you trying to get people to go after Peachy, Mr. Glory Hole?
I'm just posting my opinion, just like a lot like Mama T does. I mean,
Oh,
that's not allowed, I guess. I mean, it's okay for
I don't.
cunts like Mama
no,
Teabag and
I'm just
Nigalina
asking.
to do
I'm
that.
just asking a question. I mean,
Okay. Well, yeah,
you know,
they're just
I'm just.
I'm just
Hey,
posting my opinion.
well, I mean, and to each his own, but you know, like I said, I don't know you. I don't think you know me, right?
No, I
So,
don't. I don't know you at all.
And you know, like I said, I don't go around and watch a lot of stuff that goes on like that, right? But okay, so
Hey, John
that's,
Wiki. Love you, John Wiki. He's a good dude. I like John Wiki. He's a funny guy.
yeah, he is. Yeah, he's been over here for long time.
Yeah. No, I enjoy him a lot. He's a cool guy.
Well, my thing is there's a lot of people that I do like, and you know, I personally don't like people that attack other people. I mean, that's just me though.
No, yeah, I'm not really into attacking either. I'm just more into having conversations.
Right.
Who is this, Romanko?
Mr. William Glory Hole.
Glory hole. Has he apologized to Mama T? I will whoop his ass. What's your problem then?
Hey, Johnny, how you doing,
That
buddy?
is so funny.
I'm doing
Johnny's
good.
funny.
Well,
I'm
why
not
do
playing.
you, let me ask you this though? Why do you feel that way about Mama T? Has she personally came at you, or?
Oh yeah, she spreads lies about me and all my
No,
friends.
you know you're trying to get to Katie or something, and that's why you're attacking Mama T. Don't be fucking lying up here. Yeah.
I'm not lying. I'm just
No,
expressing my opinion.
no. Your opinion is with Katie. Yep.
My opinion is with the truth.
Go to her. Let her tell you what to say and everything. Maybe she can brainwash you, and you can come to Mama T giving your opinions again. Yeah. If we ask for your opinion, Glory Hole, you will hear it from us. Okay.
Well, if I wanted your opinion, I'd squeeze your head.
Oh,
Okay?
you need to hush, boy. Yeah.
When you coming over for lunch, Johnny?
No, man. I don't do lunches with low people. No, man. If you learn to have some respect for the ladies, maybe we can do some coffee.
I really don't think Mama Teabags is a lady, but
I will whoop your ass. I don't think you're a man also. I think you're still a little boy trying to pretend to be someone.
That may be true.
I know the game you're trying to play here. Keeping yourself composed, trying to come calm over. What the fuck? I know what you're doing, man. Go to Katie.
Where am I coming over? Katie.
You playing
Oh, are you a Ernie? Are you a Ernie supporter, William?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
I'm an independent supporter of many people. I don't support or deny. I just speak on the truth.
Okay, so what is your truth with the Ernie inserting himself into a missing child?
Yes. Yeah.
Because to be honest,
I mean, I don't know.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Ernie's a complicated person. I mean, has Ernie done some fucked up things? Probably, but he's not a registered sex offender, right? So I don't understand the issue.
Well,
it seems
I don't.
Mama T likes to hang out with
you could be
people
one
who
too.
support a registered sex offender. His name's
Yeah,
Rap.
you could be one too. Yeah, we need to check you down.
Well, I'm gonna say
check me all you want.
as far as rap, I was around when that whole thing happened. I don't know rap. He's never came to my channel or anything, so I am not going to really speak on that situation.
Well,
I
the only
seen
part of
what
the
transpired
situation,
there.
right? But the only part of the situation that is relevant is that he is a convicted registered sex offender.
Well, I mean,
That's the only factual information that matters.
Okay. Yeah, okay, William. But what are you going to do about it? Wait,
I'm
wait
not
one
going to do
second.
anything about it. I'm just
What are you
saying
going to do about it for me?
people want to stick up for registered sex offenders.
so
and
well,
it's
wait.
weird.
Let me ask you this: have you ever spoken to rap, or I don't even know if you have a channel? To be honest with you, I don't know.
I don't speak or hang out with registered sex offenders.
You've
period.
never had a conversation with him?
I don't have to have a conversation. No, I don't have a conversation
Okay.
with rapists. I just don't do
Okay.
it. There's no
Well,
point to it.
I mean, like I said, I've never had a conversation with rap either. I mean, I think
Would you really
lot of-
want to have a conversation with a registered sex offender?
why would I need to have a conversation?
The first time I met Rep,
you're
I
asking
wanted
me
to
about
work
it.
with him. Yeah.
No, I just ask you because I mean, obviously, you were more-
Rep comes from the community of Spike T. How is his name? Spiky T or something like that. Yeah, that's where Rep comes from.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know what difference that has to do with anything.
from my
but-
understanding, and this is just from my understanding, there was a plea deal accepted and he went to jail, right? I mean, that's just factual stuff, right? He ended up didn't he go to jail over it? So
He did. That's what I said. He's a registered sex offender. That means he's convicted of being a sex offender.
right.
Correct. That's all I said.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I've never had a conversation with Rap. I've heard.
Why would
of
you?
him,
Why would you
but-
want to?
Well, I mean, personally, I don't have no reason to have a conversation with him. I don't. So,
No, most normal
It's-
people wouldn't.
well, most people are going to look at the situation and research it on their own to see how they feel about it. I mean, me personally, I don't even want anything to do with someone who's been accused of touching a child. Do I
Yep.
run around YouTube to find those people? I absolutely do not. Have I ever ran around YouTube to see what Rap was doing or what he was talking about? Absolutely not.
Right. And
It's,
See,
no.
and that's because you're a normal, well-adjusted human being. People like Mama T and Nigalina, they are not. They would rather stick up for people like
Leave
like
Mama
Rap.
T alone.
But
I
you
think
know
you-
what?
I think you
If
got
that's
disrespect.
what they choose to do, how is that changing your life any? I guess that's
Well,
the question.
it doesn't change my life, but what it does is it shows their credibility as a decent human being by the
Oh.
people
You
they,
don't know
they
Mama
choose
T.
to
You don't know
associate
what
with.
they have done to us. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're really not here to speak for themselves. So,
Well, yeah, I know, because
I
she had a
mean-
phone call. So I mean, that was kind of like I said, I was disappointed she had a phone call come in.
well, I mean, everybody can have their opinion about whatever they want to have an opinion about, for real.
I
No,
agree.
not gladiatorial.
I agree with
There's-
that statement.
There's no argument there. You know, there's no, I'm not into running around trying to get people to follow my opinion and my opinion only. And, you know, we all
Everyone
feel
follow the
differently
next caller's
about different
opinion,
people.
please.
So, Carrie said, what are you going to other creators panels and telling them who they can and can't talk to?
Who's doing that?
Me. I'm telling my glory all to hush. Yeah. Some voices need to be taken. And Glory Hole, you're one of them.
Right. Okay. I don't know who this person is. to let him up on. Do you guys know who Shawnee is? Because I don't know who it
Shawnee.
is. Somebody named Shawnee.
I don't know. They sound cool. Let's see what they have to say. I guess you got the blocker up, so you're safe.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Thank you, Michelle.
Shawnee, how can we help you today? I guess
Oh,
Shawnee's
he brought Michelle with him.
who?
Yeah.
Michelle, I don't need, let me tell
Maybe
you,
community something.
let
Yeah,
me,
be something.
let me,
Hey, BS. Good to see you.
They all getting out of the
let
bush.
me, wait a minute. Let me say this about my channel, just so y'all know. I don't care who you like and who you don't like. Okay? That is
Yeah,
not the
that's-
basis of my channel over here. It makes me know, never mind who you like and who you don't like. So,
Yeah, that's a good way to be, in my opinion.
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's now your
that's
main
just
call.
the way I am.
Yeah,
That
I,
is
and
just
I
the way I
admire
am.
that. Good for you. I like that.
You
Who
better
is
like
taking-
it.
I don't think anybody's taken up for Ernie. I don't think Ernie's even came up in any conversations.
Ernie's a grown man. He can protect his own ass.
Well, I don't know
Right.
who this Shawnee is, but obviously
They-
they're not wanting to introduce themselves. So I'll
Oh,
just let
they
them.
on panel? Oh.
Yeah, but they're not saying anything. So, I mean, that's kind of rude to come to a channel, not introduce yourself. But okay, we'll see you later, Shawnee.
Yeah.
Obviously, they didn't have a lot to say. So,
Nope. Maybe they had
They-
technical difficulties.
yeah, maybe they were for sure. But no,
Well, I guess
I mean,
Carrie was trying to ask me that question about telling people who they can and can't hang out with. I never said anybody can or can't hang out with anybody. So I don't know why, once again, that twisting
I
of
mean,
words is being
personally,
done.
I don't let people tell me who to hang out with and not hang out. It doesn't.
Exactly.
It
Yeah, me
doesn't
neither.
change my life any, right? For
Right.
sure.
And it shouldn't, especially
For
internet
sure.
people.
But absolutely, we were discussing Mr. Ernest Shell and his feelings on the Summer Wells case. So, can I play the? Yes, we will get back.
All right.
to
Well,
it.
yeah. Yeah, I'll let you get back to it. I really wanted just to talk to Mama Teabags, but she's not here. So
Well,
Yeah,
the thing about it is
Who's the name
that
with the glory hole?
there's-
Do you
look,
like glory hole?
there is a
Yeah?
difference. There is a
Hey, William,
difference.
do you like getting on your knees?
Oh, I couldn't
you?
hear you, Tara. I
I'm
couldn't hear what
asking
you
you.
were
You're
saying.
the one with the name glory hole.
This is the thing
do
about
you,
it.
do you know what a glory
There's-
hole is?
Look,
You
There's-
tell me. I think you
there-
have more explanation than me about that. Yeah,
There's-
I'm not with the name.
there's a difference between coming up and having a conversation with somebody
I
and
know
coming
Romain.
and
He makes me
coming
mad.
up just to demean their character and things
Look
like
how
that.
what he
There's
calls
just a
Mama T.
difference there. So, well, Mr. Glory Hole, we will catch you later, and you
Okay.
have a
Well,
great
I
day.
appreciate you too. I appreciate the time. I hope you have a good one as well.
You too, bye.
Yeah, trying to sugarcoat my Romain come. Yeah,
It's okay.
I know what you're doing.
It's
Okay.
okay. Tara, are you up here now? I'm barely hearing you, girl. So I'm not
can't-
sure.
I can't hear her either.
I'm not hearing. I don't know what you're doing, Tara, but I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, so thank you, Mr. A, for coming up. I appreciate you. You know I
It
do.
was my pleasure.
Yeah, that I just don't agree with coming somewhere just to disrespect somebody, right?
No, I wanted to
each
talk
their
to him for a long while, so yeah.
All right. let me get this banner back down so we can get back to the topic of the conversation for sure. Like I said, I don't go around YouTube. I don't. So many of these people, I don't know who they are. The conversation that we're having is about Mr. Ernest Shell. Ernie missing 5 hours on June 15, 2021, knowing the area, doing whatever he does. That's our conversation. So, absolutely. Mr. Glory Hole, go back to the beginning and listen to the song I played before I went live. I think you will find it very interesting for sure. Absolutely disgusted, Jaded says. Damn, you made Jaded absolutely disgusted for sure. Uh-oh. There's some whooping going on. Hey, crybaby truth seeker. I came in from the pool. It finally stopped raining. Ooh. You know what, Kels? I love being in a pool when it rains. I absolutely do. As long as it's not thundering or lightning, I am good with it. For sure. You know, this is what gets me also is so many people automatically want to, talk shit about Nicolina or, talk shit about Mama T. We wasn't even talking about those people. And so, I don't know who timed you out. I did not time you out, but be respectful in my chat. That is a big thing for me is no one in my chat is going to be attacked by anyone. If you attack anyone in my chat, you better believe you are going to be timed out or they will escort you out of here. Bottom line. Other than that, feel free to hang out and enjoy the topic of conversation. But so many times, that's one thing about me. I don't go around and get into the chaotic shit. I have no desire to do that. And, I could be that person who says, don't fucking talk about Nicolina. Don't talk about Mama T. And even, I am an opinion channel. You can have all the opinions you want. But Nicolina can handle herself, and so can Mama T. I don't need to use my channel to run around and, fight for women who stand up for themselves, for sure. So, you can feel how you want to feel about whoever the fuck you want to feel it about, right? That's your opinion. That is your opinion. We just use emojis. What do you mean you just use emojis? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well, there are certain people that I ain't fighting with. For real. For real. See, I don't follow a whole lot of that stuff, and I don't know. I don't fucking know. For real. I'm not even gonna say anything about Mr. Glory Hole. I don't fucking know him. I mean, of course I could sit over here and spew everything that I've heard about Mr. Glory Hole, but I don't know the dude. I really don't. Everyone comes in my chats, and I don't care who they talk to or what chat they go into. Yeah, it doesn't make me no never mind. Hey, Rand 5150. I know there was a lot of people that came in that I haven't said hey to, but hey, for real. And, you know, I don't care who comes up on my panel as long as they're being respectful, for sure. I think it's kind of silly when people, you know, want to attack people or whatever. I know that, you know, that stuff is going on about rap or whatever. I know what I've seen and things that I heard myself. And, you know, I personally do not know rap. I don't know his victim. You know, I don't. All I seen was what I seen, right? Oh, yes. That is what, Angelo, I needed some Sunday finest music. Is to deflect from the paperwork. What paperwork? Only Mama T, because Kathy hates Mama T. I don't even know who Kathy is, Cuncy. Shit. Where's Ernie? I got questions. I got Ernie blocked, Mama T. I blocked Ernie from my channel for sure. He, you know, if he wouldn't have disrespected me, I would have let him hang around, but it's bigger than that, I think. Bigger than what? Oh, the paperwork he showed about the Wells boys. Where the fuck would Ernie Shell get any real paperwork about anything that has to do with the Summer Wells case, right? Farming for Kathy. I don't even know who that is. There's nobody, I don't know. Yes, I blocked Ernie. It because he disrespected me. For real. Instead of coming up and having a conversation, he decided that he thought he was going to be a big fucking man and bully a little woman like me. How dare he? For sure. Yeah. I don't need the weird ass for content, even though he's my content for today, right? Yes, I can, Kels. Yes, I can, Kels. But I can guarantee you, Mama T's probably been called worse than the people you said are funding you. Funding me? I wish I had some people funding me, for real. I have not seen any cash apps today, my friend. I can tell you that for sure. No, I couldn't hear you, Tara. I could not hear you, ma'am. I pulled you up and I could not hear you. Oh, she means Ernie. That's funny. That is funny. Ernie on Benny's earlier said he was being funded. Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, this interview is from 2021, August of 2021. So he must not, oh, thank you, Tara. That is so sweet. Thank you. For sure. All right. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Hang on, Mama. I got to put my earpods in. Okay, girl.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm moving around the house, so y'all listen up. I just got some information that the people that Ernie's talking about, Learjets, is in the Epstein files.
Really?
Okay. Yes, I have those papers and I will send them forward if I need to. But Ernie, you want to tell me why these motherfuckers are in the Epstein files?
Wow.
And you're saying they're sending you money? And also, the owner of Learjets, y'all ready? Y'all ready? The owner of Learjets is one of Tina Simmerly's best friends.
Wow. That's crazy. Do you remember? I can't remember which live it was. I can't remember where to find it. I know it's out there. When Ernie was talking about he was waiting for money from the traffickers, right?
Oh, best friend's friend, excuse me. The guy is one of her best friend's friends.
Wow. Yeah, he said something about he was waiting on money from the that he would make something about traffickers and making money when the traffickers came or something. And I'll have to go back and find it to show receipts on it, but it is out there, him saying that, because I was like, wait a minute, why would you be making money off of traffickers? There's only one reason traffickers would pay someone money.
Exactly.
Sure. And one thing that always got me, and going back to the buses and stuff that he was on, where
now I'm not saying that the owner of Learjets is involved, but his business obviously has some dirty dealings because it's in the Epstein files. That's the transportation that Epstein himself used,
right,
to fly people in and out and off that island.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say this. Looking at Ernie, where would you think his involvement with that stuff would have came in? I mean, honestly, could he be behind the scenes? And I'm not saying this is happening, but could he actually be behind the scenes, inserting himself into trafficking situations? That way he can, I don't know. This guy.
Right now is there is that he says is funding him, okay, which is legal for his.
Yeah, I mean, you never know whether to believe Ernie and what he's saying or not.
Right,
And-
but they are in the Epstein files, and that's true. I'll post that shit up on my community wall. I don't care. I don't care.
Do you think he
Okay,
knew that
yeah.
when he? Well, now what I'm showing is from August of 2021. So he's mentioning these people back then, right? So that's
Yes.
not something new. This is something that he was saying back in August of 2021. Summer went
Okay, are
missing
you-
in June.
Are you aware? Are you aware that in 2021, the car that Ernie blew up, remember the Charger?
Right?
Okay, that's where he got it from. Was Tina's friend Cindy and that guy Dave.
I've been told a lot. The Charger was mentioned to me because of the fact that someone, and this was said to me behind the scenes, so I don't know if it's true or not, but it was put out to me that he was absolutely around the gas station that day. That
Oh, hello, William.
he was on panel. He wanted to just tell you what he thought about you, I guess.
He
So,
loves me and he knows it.
yeah.
Smooches.
So I don't know.
William Glory Hole. It's not a lie. It is not a lie, and I'll put up the fucking proof. Lear Jets is in the Epstein files. That's a fact.
I think Barb said she already had it on her community post or something, right? Isn't that what you said, Barb? That you got it up on your community wall?
Hold on a minute, because the one that Barb has will doc person. I don't know if you want to do that here. The one that doesn't Lear Jets in it.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing about it is, I don't, Ernie's portrayed himself out to, be a, not only, he puts himself and talks about trafficking in a way that it's like you're inserting yourself into these situations. And a lot of people who's watched Ernie over the years question him. I don't think he understands that the shit that he says makes him look very guilty. What he says and what he does makes himself look very fucking guilty about children being trafficked. For sure.
I agree. He always says it's all about who you know. Yes, Barbara. Yes.
Yeah. Ernie makes himself out to be a person who gets around not only with, and this is my opinion, in trafficking situations, but then he wants people to believe that he is involved with political individuals, Trump and Trump's son, and all of these different, political individuals. And it's, I don't know why he would ever think that anybody in their right mind, knowing that he is a criminal, would ever be allowed by these high political parties to be involved with them. That makes no sense. People need to use their common sense on that. Okay?
True.
I mean, call President Trump and ask him if he knows who Ernie Shell is. And I can guarantee you he's going to say no. Don Jr. is also going to say no, right? Absolutely. I do not see Trump or his son ever having a conversation with Ernie if they knew who Ernie was. Now, the thing about it is, a lot of people can call individuals and have conversations with them about something, and those people not even really know who they're talking to on the other line.
Yes, remain calm. You're correct. But let me shut this down before it turns into a fight. Tara is talking. She calls me by my first name, which is Tina. She's not talking about Tina Simmerly. Okay.
She's talking about you. Why are you? No, she's not. I don't want her doing that. She's not. No.
Hold on. Oh, see, it's not bad. She just said that I was his ride or die for a long time. So,
well, I
I
mean,
supported him for a long time.
people get there when they get there, babe. For real. For real. There's many people who are Ernie's Mama T now. Okay. Many other people who you can look at those individuals, and Ernie's doing the same thing that he did to Mama T. I mean, it's obvious, it's out there, you can see it. You can see it. But then again, I mean, people will get there when they get there, for sure. For sure. I was never as proud of Mama T until the day she got there. And I knew she would get there when she got there, and she got there. And she's done a great job of holding her own. And I'm super proud of you, girl. I really am. So
Thank you.
I got there with Justin's. Oh, I don't even know who you're talking about.
So,
Sure.
this whole Epstein file thing, that this Lear being in the Epstein files, that's important. Y'all think
Right.
about it. Think about it hard. Why would they be? I mean, that's the transportation that Epstein used personally.
It's Lear, let's see. India. Do you think that because that, okay, so are you talking about like Les Wexner? So I'm trying to kind of associate because we have Lex Wexner, Peter Thiel, prominent names in the file. You got a Peter Lee that was also
Yes, Lear is mentioned several times in the Epstein files. Let me go post them, and you can pull it up, RC. I'll be right back.
Okay, darling. Yeah, we'll see what she's talking about there. Let's I'm gonna turn this back on, you guys. Ernie, you know I know. Renee Marie says, Ernie, you know she knows.
That I know a lot about facts, but TBI themselves and detectives have told me that you wouldn't believe how accurate some of these psychics and mediums really are, and I will say that.
Fair
And
enough.
that's just coming from, and it really blew my mind.
And, you know, I'm sorry, I do not believe that TBI sat and had a freaking conversation with Ernie about what any psychic said, period. They were not looking for any information that was coming from these psychics. I am not saying that all psychics don't know what they're talking about, but I mean, come on, for real. Who took over Epstein was removed. It didn't just stop. We just don't know who stepped up to take over that aspect, right? For sure. She might dropped his ass. Oh, Jody on his panel. I thought he traveled on private jet. Did he fly on public jets? Who?
I ain't gonna lie, it really blew my mind when they said this, because here I am thinking like, really, wow. And like I never studied that. I don't really like to speak on things I don't know personally, because that's like me saying something is wrong with this when I don't know nothing about that. I did hear our recordings of what they have with what they call a spirit box or whatever. I did hear that, and just to be honest with you, it freaked me the hell out. Because I was there and I could hear it in the background as I was doing the search. I could hear that thing, and I was like, wow. And it was voices saying different names.
Okay.
So, and it was different tones of voices coming through, and there was nothing on the other end pulling the string. So, I mean, yeah, I was freaked out.
Okay. Are you familiar? The second part is, do you cover much, like, you know, as far as covering, I mean, watch much of what transpires online? And the subset to that question is are you familiar with the psychic lady named Juanita?
Well, no, I've heard of her through little groups in here from the Summer Wells groups and things about her. I have never personally seen one of her videos. I've only watched a couple of videos on the psychic Raven, the psychic Raven. And again, I can't speak on these people because I don't know these people personally. I don't know.
Is he freaking out that bad? Do you think he's going to go for another highway run? No. He's got a live to do tonight with Prayer Garden. He'll do that first.
What they have contributed as far as going and looking into it. Only thing I looked into is a few of the throws that was actually hitting us, and their connections with those people, and then going back to their family and who they're associated with, and people who are associated with child trafficking. So you see what I'm getting at? It's all a big circle that connects. Absolutely. And we have connections with that we have connections that we have made, you know, that kind of connects around that. So why not continue on with investigations toward that? And if it leads toward Summer being found, hey, more the merrier, right?
Absolutely, Ernie. Does anyone on the panel have a question for Ernie? Sorry, I'm kind of hogging him up.
I got
William, read it and cry harder. Did you make William cry, Mama T? Now, you know, girl. If I was a Learjets, I wouldn't want Ernie saying my name. Oh, I do not care about Prayer Garden and Brooks. Ran 5150. They can do whatever they want. It does not freaking matter to me. For sure. Mama said lots of laughs, maybe. That is funny. I don't know. Somebody just said you made him cry. I was just, I was wondering. All
couple.
Right.
I'm done there, Don Wells.
Hold on, Don Wells. Let me get this. Don Wells was supposed to do an interview with us.
Yeah, I stopped that.
Okay.
Because I didn't like what I saw the videos up, so I asked him to hold off on that. So I just didn't know you well enough. The videos were a little incriminating, and well, you know, people like that wanted.
Right, and I understand that, but
wait, but I just want to know though, not to be rude, Ernie. Did he invite you to come there? Was he the one who asked you to come there and do that?
No,
Okay. And then did he call you and say he wanted an interview, or were you guys calling him to ask for an interview?
No, I would have never done that anyway. He's
But I know who did off your team. I just want to know what your answer is, if you even knew what happened or not.
No, and the person that set that up is not part of my team. So let's get that
Was
straight.
that Mountain Girl?
Okay, they're saying they are, just so.
What? I remember that you were really mad at Cher because she shot your little chance at talking to Dawn down, right? I don't watch either. I don't watch them in 5150. So, I mean, they might have their opinions on me, but I really don't have any opinions on none of them fucking people for real.
No, it's a different. I don't want to say the person's name because I won't.
No.
But you know who I mean, right, Ernie?
Right, I know who you're talking about. But
Okay.
no, we never asked that. They came to us and asked if it would be nice. And Don said that he wanted to do it. So that's all I know about that. Go ahead.
Hold on, guys.
Okay.
What I want to say real quick to Ernie is Ernie, this is in no way a setup, sir, and I don't want you to feel like you've been set up. This is just a regular bunch of friends, critical thinkers.
Right.
Share the one that you were just.
Yeah, I can only go by what Don tells me,
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
Ernie, I'm not trying to like jump on you, but I can only go by what they tell me, and I'm not
Right.
necessarily saying that's 100% truth, So
Right, I understand. Well, I seen during the live video, somebody tagged Don Wells in it, and then after that,
Yeah.
the video, everything was called off then after that. That was a
Okay.
foolish mistake because I would have busted his ass with the questions.
See, my question is, if you go back, it's really interesting. The guy there was a charger that was mentioned throughout Summer's case. And I would have to go back and listen to Jeremy Dugan. It is out there. You can find it. And he talks about a vehicle. And I can't remember if he says it's I got it, Mama, right here. They're not going to take it down. Lear, noting that Norman Lear has held up a mirror to American society, changed the way we look at it. Norman Lear has enjoyed a long career in television. Norman Lear created. Okay, so that is saying who Norman Lear is. Toronto, Virginia, Caribbean, Houston, Hawker. So these are the different jets. Okay. So what is this telling me? Depart from arrive to aircraft, Aspen, Los Angeles, Knoxville, Hawker 800, Bahamas. What is this supposed to be telling me? That's the different areas they went to. Oh, confirming that Lear is in these areas. I see. Do you really think that these people, these weird ass people that have all that money are going to have anything to do with Ernie Shell? Does anyone remember lady on the team Roses who said she was dating Ernie? He told her that day he was headed to get Summer. But why? Why? Right? He's the coyote. Oh, okay. He's the coyote. Okay. This statement here says evidence gathered by our Predator Hunter Nation team during the search for summer moon whales when the locals pleased to search this area went continuously unheard. I don't know why they put that red mark in there. Why the pleas of dedicated civilians who reported smelling a trigger warning rotting corpse in a container there, plus found the toy that allegedly belonged to Summer, which has supposedly vanished after being turned in. How do you freaking know? How would you even know for sure? That doesn't even make any freaking sense.
Okay,
That
here,
is-
let me explain this, RC, okay? What we're looking at is the flight logs from the Epstein files, the Learjet flight logs.
Right,
Okay, locations, times, places that they took Jeffrey Epstein and
Right.
other people. These
right,
flight logs came from the Epstein files, girl.
okay.
So, therefore, why is this business that is allegedly backing Ernie?
That would
And
be a
Epstein files.
that would be a good conversation to have with somebody from Learjets for sure. You know, that's the thing. A lot of people put out so much information, but I don't think anybody actually contacts these people to ask them if they've had. Do you? I mean, I don't know. That's crazy, but why would he mention that? Do you think that he mentions things sometimes just to make himself look big?
I do remember that, Renee. Yeah, it's all deflection. See, all this he's doing is a distraction from what he's really doing behind the scenes. That's what this all is.
Oh, yeah, definitely. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Because, like I said, he shows us certain stuff, and it's not what he shows us, it's what he doesn't show us.
Right.
And people don't look at it that way. If this guy is on a fucking bus and he's videoing women and children, like you said earlier,
Hey,
it makes you sit and wonder, where did that woman and her child go?
right.
Did they get off of the bus? Did he, because if he's videoing them, where did that go to? Right?
Well, if you remember correctly, RC, he hold on, let me think about it so I can word it right. He ended the video right before he got off the bus. Right when the bus stops, he ends the video and follows the woman off the bus. Does anybody else remember that? Right as he's ending the video, you could see him walking behind this woman and her child off the bus.
Well, I think that, like I said, it's what we don't see that makes people wonder. I just can't believe that anybody would think Who the fuck gets on a bus and videos people? There's no reason to do that. I remember the one young boy who confronted him, and he automatically was like, oh, I'll move seats. I'll go sit in the front, right? And it's like, no, dude, why the fuck are you videoing this kid to start with? There was no reason for him to be in that environment and set and video people, especially women and children, period. Right? Yeah,
Yeah.
the boy said something. He absolutely did. He absolutely did. And, you know, he there was no reason he was videoing that boy at all. No reason whatsoever. So, I mean, hell, I didn't even, you know, I wouldn't
A lot
even
for me.
ever even have thought about him even being on Grindr or anything until that shit came out. And it was like, for real? So, you know, he's meeting people, he's using different names, he's not even using his real name. You know, I don't know anything about Grindr, so that may be something that a lot of them do, is go by fake names or whatever. I don't know. As far as the Summer Wells case, though, he's absolutely inserted himself, and you know, it's like, where were you that day? What were you doing that day? And you know, people are saying that, you know, he's made comments about going and getting Summer or whatever, you know.
Fake badges, fake gear, masks, gloves, zip ties. The list goes on and on.
It does.
It goes on and on. Hey,
And
here's another thought. I'm sorry, RC. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You go ahead and then I'll finish my thoughts.
no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so you all remember the video that was out of him allegedly capturing a fugitive and had him in the trunk of the car or vehicle he was in, where the guy was screaming that sounded like a woman?
Right.
Duct tape, yes. The way he threatens women, the way he threatens people, period. Okay, so I think, and this is just a thought, maybe possibly, I don't know any criminal that is going to scream like a girl if it's a man, if somebody is just taking them to jail like that. I mean, it could happen, maybe. It seemed more like that.
I think a lot of people absolutely did not believe that that was a man in the trunk. I think a lot of people were like, that has to be a woman, right?
It sounds like a woman. And honestly, I think that maybe it was. And that maybe she was in the trunk of the car. Maybe, possibly, in my opinion, allegedly, as a kidnap victim. Because that person was just screaming their head off. Like they were in fear for their life.
If you have a predator and you're taking them to the police station, why the fuck would you have to put them in the trunk of your car?
Exactly. Thank you. You cut that. Thank you so much.
I mean, that's just common sense. What the fuck are you going to tell the police when you get them to the police station? Because I would think that even if it was a predator, that's called kidnapping, right?
Yes.
That putting someone in the trunk of a car against their will, no matter what kind of criminal they are, is not legal. Is not legal. And
thank you, Avian. Thank you, Avian.
If it was a predator, guess what just happened? That case, if that was a predator and you're taking them to law enforcement, and you stick them in the trunk of a car, that predator, the chances of them turning around and walking free is there, right? Because it's that you held them against their will.
Well, in the trunk of a car would be illegal. That's considered kidnapping.
Yeah,
Any
it is.
respectable predator hunter or, cop would never put him in the trunk of the car. That's my point.
No, I mean, why didn't he just call law enforcement to come where he was at?
Bounty
And get
hunter. I've never even seen a bounty hunter put somebody in the trunk of the car. For
Yeah,
fuck's sake.
no, not at all.
Hey, Army vet.
So, I mean, a predator needs to get justice, no doubt about that. Predators are fucked up individuals. But, common sense is going to say, if you are a predator hunter, if you are, all of these qualifications that Ernie says he has, why would you not know that putting someone in a trunk of a car, if he would have taken that person to the police station, I can guarantee you they probably would have stuck Ernie in cuffs and put him in the jail too. So, I mean, that's just the law right there. You don't fucking do that. But I've seen Ernie a lot of times where he's said that he's talking to these predators, and he's basically, I'll never forget when he told that one guy, he was like, oh, just don't do it no more. If you know what you're doing is wrong, just don't do it anymore. And I'm like, why the fuck would you say that, right? So, yeah, the person was screaming
for their life and kicking shit. It was insane. And I remember I defended him on that. I did on many different panels. But now that I look back and I think about it, because when you get out, your mind just goes a little crazy for a minute and you start thinking about shit, right?
Right.
And now that I think about it, everything Ernie has ever said or said he's done is all a bunch of BS.
Right.
And he does tell on himself. Renee is right. He tells on himself all the time. You just have to be paying attention and listen.
I said that. I can't remember. I might have been over at Sarah's or something, and he was up there with Lisa. I can't remember who was all up there, but I was on panel, and I said, look, Ernie has said publicly that he's a liar. He has said that over and over. And if people believe him or not, that's totally up to them. But believe me, if somebody says they're a liar, I believe them. I believe it. So a lot of people just,
I'm sorry, super sensible. Yes, it can all be fake. It pretty much is all fake. But he's using people that are actually in the Epstein files, and he's using people that are just not a good look. So now we got to question and call it out.
Well, I think
liar for hire,
that he doesn't think that people are actually going to look into stuff that he's saying. I think a lot of people do take Ernie for face value, right? And I do think that there are a lot of people out there that truly want Ernie to be what he says he is. I mean, really. I think a lot of, especially in the Summer Wells community, a lot of people truly want to believe that, Ernie is going to be the one that cracks the case wide open. And, I hate to tell them, but it's been 5 years and Ernie's not done anything that can be provable in Summer's case.
He hasn't done anything, period. He gets on panels, he gets pissed off, he spins out of control, he talks shit, he threatens people, and rinse and repeat, and rinse and repeat, and rinse and repeat some more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying too, He was on Facebook long before he came to YouTube. He came to YouTube because of the Summer Wells case or whatever. That's just what he did. And it really doesn't matter who brought him to YouTube, but it was a step up for him. He, got a lot of different people that really thought he was something special. I mean, for sure. So,
Well,
I just
so what got me, RC, and I'm 100% honest with you, okay? What got me is Audrey Miller. Do you guys remember her? Audrey came to me because I have a group called Summer Moon's Army, okay, on Facebook. We just, documented things and, put things in there from the news and things like that, okay?
Right.
And we discuss things. Well,
Hello.
Hi, Justin. We're talking about something, so thanks for coming up. Bye, Justin. Okay, he's gone, Mama. Go ahead.
I forgot where. Okay, hold on. Shit,
talking
where was
about
I?
Facebook group that you had.
Oh yeah. And so Audrey came to me and she said, "Tina, you got to come and support this guy who's trying to find Summer. Everybody's bullying him. He's a good person, blah, 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 blah." I'd already been watching in the bushes. I've been watching Ernie in the bushes for a little while. And so I was like, okay, I'm one that always defends the person that is being bullied. I bully the damn bullies. That's my, that's what I do. Okay. So I went in defending him because Audrey asked me to. That's how I got started in all of this. I looked at Ernie as a victim, trying to solve a missing girl's case, and nobody would let him. That's how it happened.
Well, I think a lot of people wanted Ernie to be sincere. I think a lot of people did think that, he talked big, and, a lot of people in the Summer Wells community wanted somebody to find out something because nobody knew anything. So, people really, really wanted that, I'm not going to say hero, but, they absolutely wanted somebody who was presenting themselves as someone who behind the scenes could go around to these different places where a normal person just couldn't walk up and go to, right? To find out what could have happened to Summer. And he never did that. He never did. Ernie's always the type of person that he will lie. You can prove that he's lying, but he will still say, "Show me where I lied," right? He will never admit to not telling the truth. That's just the way he is. He's not going to admit it, for sure.
Right. Barbara's correct. He would literally make up screenshots and told stories, to get everybody in an uproar. Okay. We thought he was seriously being stalked, harassed, and bullied the whole time.
That's crazy.
And it does for a long time, Barbara, until they wake up and go, hey, hold up a effing minute. What
Well,
the
I
heck?
think I think after all these years, I do think that they're, you know, he has to try to keep, you know, he's got to keep that going somehow. And you know, I don't know. I do not know. He is just
Yes, I think that Jimbo and Ernie work as a team on this shit.
oh,
That's
I
my
don't,
opinion.
you know, when this is the
So
truth.
read
When
Renee Marie's comment up there. Can you read Renee Marie's comment up there?
where at?
It says, remember him yelling at Jimbo?
Hold on, I'll have to find it.
His mod thought he was dead or locked up so many times, and he would wait until it so later to contact anyone, but nothing happened. Exactly, Barbara.
Well, that's the whole thing about it. How is he being a person who can go and find out what happened to a little girl when his ass is in jail or running from the law the majority of the time? Also, what got me is when he made the comment to Tina about not taking his medication anymore. And it's like, there you go. That's another excuse that if somebody said something, right, he would absolutely have covered that, right? So I don't know where her comment is. I was looking for it.
Okay, I'll read it. Just a minute. Let me go up here and find it. Says, she said, remember him yelling at Jimbo, saying all you ever wanted me for, Jimbo, was finding you kids.
Say that again.
Okay. Remember him yelling at Jimbo, saying all you ever wanted me for, Jimbo, was finding you kids.
Wow, that's fucking crazy. That is crazy.
It is master manipulation, Nana Kim, and they're both guilty of it.
Which I never did really watch Jimbo or none of them. So that just wasn't.
They did run away.
I mean, I watched a lot of different stuff, people covering Summer, but other than that, I mean, I knew of those people, but it just wasn't somewhere where I went and hung out a lot. I may have went into Jimbo's chat once or twice. I don't even remember, to be honest. I haven't. I just really don't watch that stuff. So
The Lear thing is important, RC, because here's the thing. He's using their name for one. He's saying that they're paying him. He's talked about, you know, helping Jimbo get kids. He's talked about trafficking children or trafficked children, you know, and they're in the Epstein files, which has been outed that they were trafficking children. Make it make sense.
yeah, I mean, and like I said, this interview is back from August of 2021. So he's talking about these things way before anybody even put it together.
Right.
Way before anybody even put that information together. Right?
Right.
Oh, I don't know if Jimbo and his wife's getting divorced or not.
Yeah, they allegedly they are, but that's not important at this moment.
Yeah. I mean, Oh my God, each time she says in chat she doesn't feel well and doesn't come back for a bath. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I do not know. All I know about Jimbo and his wife were that they got in trouble over a dog or something. That's the only thing I know about them. So.
No, Jimbo and his wife allegedly got a divorce or are getting a divorce, and she got her a new beau.
Already?
Yeah.
Well, they were together since she was really young too, right? And she was really young when she got with Jimbo? Or was that a different one?
No, she's not. Well, she was young when they got together. She was 15. He was almost 18.
Well, I mean, it's not, this is my thing. If it's not what she might come out on YouTube and say, it's what she may feel is important enough to go to the proper places and maybe tell them what she knows, right?
Well, right now, because, okay, so she may not be able to do that at all. We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, just have to wait and see how things play out as far as that goes.
Yeah.
You know. I know.
But I'm going to jump down there, see if you can finish your show here. I'm sorry I disrupted, but I felt that was important.
No, you're fine.
I felt it was
Thank you
important.
for coming up. I always appreciate you coming up. You know that you're welcome over here anytime you want to come. Always, always.
All right, girl. Thank you.
All right.
Be
bye,
safe.
girl.
I'll be
You
in the
too.
chat.
All right. Okay, so let me let's finish this up really quick.
In my experience I have of over 18 years. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead. Next question.
Do you plan on are you still working the case from Tennessee?
I'm working a couple of different things right now from Tennessee. Actually, there's a little boy that's missing now, and we're trying to working on that right now. With the Summer Wells thing, just to be honest with you, we was asked to do that one thing beforehand when it first happened. We was asked, we reached out. They didn't want our help, so we continued, like I said, predator investigations and what we do. And we did this one thing. Of course, you've seen what happened with the Speedway and all that. So I kind of just it from there.
Super familiar with what happened at the Speedway. I just know that you were there, and that's the gist.
You're logging off for a while, Renee Marie. Well, you have a good day, honey.
Of it, I think that first of all, I want to thank you, sir, for first of all, I want to thank you for your resolve, for the fact that even having a brother that you're tied to biologically, that if he's doing the wrong thing, he's still a bad guy, and you'll still bring him to the police, right? Like that is an awesome thing, and I know that probably had to have been one of the hardest things that you've ever had to do. And so, but
I know, freaking StreamYard's expensive. Expensive.
Yes. I have another question. Are you familiar organizations like the pro protective parenting groups?
Being familiar, no, in the boot. Literally, the ammonia or whatever, they put in horse stock. When the horses or whatever use the restroom, use the bathroom, it's ammonia like, and it was on the ground. It was kind of like that. We were taping our boots literally when we got so far. So
when we got down in there, I don't know. I didn't have any problems to that. You could smell Eastman chemical pretty heavy off through Kingsport. But as far as living around here, we all swim in the lakes and waters around here, and I grew up swimming in them also. And I've never, I don't know if that has something to do with being used to this area or not. But we have South Holston Lake, we have Warriors Path, Cherokee Lake. There's a bunch of them around here, and that's just what we do here. Is that we all go swimming and we go to those little areas. But I didn't have any problem as far as like the chemical on the ground. But I can see where you're getting at with Eastman Chemical being around there.
Right.
As far as the other places that me and my wife went and looked into, I don't know if you looked into as far as the guy they called JB and what he he was somebody, and I looked this up. He did buy that property. It's on Tennessee. It's on the Tennessee. The tax on the land. His name's on it. He did purchase it. It's the land. Actually, the driveway, the Wells driveway, is kind of part of his land. Kind of runs right around in there,
and that's the bad thing about it, because you know, when you kind of get in a position when you cover anything that has to do with Ernie, you get to a point where you don't care anymore. I mean, this guy, he's not a good guy. I don't care what anybody says.
He was camping up in that area, and that's kind of what we're trying to bring into that. And he shaved his head, shaved his beard, his appearance 3 days after her going missing, and he posted.
Whoa, you said he shaved his head and his beard?
Yeah.
Have you got a photo of that guy?
Yeah, we're pulling him up right now.
I've got a whole video.
Because their tip was the bald-headed guy, and was carrying the girl that looked like Summer. Do you know the vehicle type?
Well, he has a red S10 and a blue Blazer.
Why the fuck don't you find out on your own, Ernie, if you were that worried about it?
Okay,
JLR Investigates actually even spoke to Jackie Dobbs.
I can't name the type of vehicle it was, and maybe me and you'll talk Ben here in a little bit, and I'll actually show you the shots. But I got to make sure that the tip that we submitted didn't lead to anything. I have to make sure of that, because you know it may, if you want to post or something, may hurt some investigation, and I sure don't do that.
That's not what we want. We went and checked. What I did was I used all public record of everything that was online, and he had posted an alibi at a certain motel that is out there in the area, and we went and took the exact picture that was in the picture of the alibi, and it didn't match up. But we just get with Ben after that. But we have a whole video we put of it.
Ernie,
well, here's something, dude. If you'll submit me his information, if you'll just actually message me or give it to Ben and submit that, I have ways of tracking a lot of things. I can do anything.
The screen here.
Yeah, I can.
Okay,
that's what he looked like before the abduction.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Genevieve. I agree 1,000%. I agree, ma'am. How would he know if he wasn't in the area to know who they were making reference to so early in the investigation? Because I can guarantee you TBI was not whispering in Ernie's ear, for sure. These people know X-Mob's lives. That's what the Tiger chats on Facebook revealed for him, unfortunately. Hey, pretty sweet pea. Oh, thank you. Never Patty. And now Tina said she hasn't either on one of his past live streams.
This is what he looked like 3 days after the abduction.
Wow.
Yeah.
Completely different.
Yeah, and that's what. And look, and you notice in the background in this back corner back here, those are my.
I see that.
Yeah, Jackie Dobbs did do that.
Yeah, I see that. That's what I was going to say. In the far end on the wall there, it's a little bit shady here, but you guys can. Hey, can you make?
Yes, Jackie Dobbs did shave his head, his beard, and everything, but law enforcement knew exactly where Jackie Dobbs was. They knew exactly where he was. They had him at the motel I believe he was staying at. They had him on camera. So, and now would he have known about the nuisance neighbor, Jackie Dobbs, if he had had no communication with Jody and Andy Bernard? Right, because this interview was August of 2021.
This is me that being. Oh, when I look at it. Yeah, I see it good now. Yeah, I see that. He does have something dropped up there.
That's where we're getting at with that this is a lot bigger than what people think, and it's all been television. And that's why I was stating the thing.
Well, what we can do, I'll tell you what we can do. And how many people online do we have on here right now?
300.
300 right now? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to say too much, Sam, because I'll give away some sources or something, and I don't want to do that right now.
Don't do that.
No, that's what gets me. there wasn't enough people for Ernie to say whatever he had to fucking say. That gets me too. It's hard to think after 5 years someone who said was your friend could end up this way for sure. You know, that is sad. I've seen that happen thousands of times on these YouTube streets. People will act like they're your friend for years and years, and they will, you know, they will just in an instant stab you in the back like your friendship never meant shit to them. So, you know, one thing I'll give my opinion about Tina. I personally never had a problem with Tina. I never went over and, you know, participated in her lives or anything like that. I've listened to a few of them. She'll call Ernie out, but she has a soft spot for Ernie. That's the way it seems to me anyway, for sure.
I'll actually message you here in a little bit if you'll hit me up with that. These photos, you can do that, and I'm going to show you something that we've got that kind of looks similar. I don't know if it's going to be exactly, but there's a photo out there that I need you guys to look at and find for me if you guys can.
Okay.
In the background of it, there's a red vehicle. There's a red vehicle there, and is that the same vehicle or is it not?
Okay. Well,
see, that's what gets me about Ernie too. Hey, I'm gonna have you guys look for something for me, right? He did the same fucking thing to me. I've never interacted with Tina. I've only seen her with Ernie. Yeah, she does. She's got a soft spot for Ernie, no doubt about that. Right? For sure. Well, I think everybody, like I said, from the get-go, you know, the intentions were good about trying to find Summer or, you know, whatever. And, you know, I hope that they do. I hope somebody does find out some information that's actually going to help find her. You know, Ernie is going to, I don't know what Ernie's going to say. All I heard him say was he was going to be on Prayer Gardens tonight or whatever. I am not going to tell people not to go watch it. If you guys are interested and you want to hear what Ernie's got to say, he'll be over on Prayer Gardens. Go listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it. If something important is said, one of our wonderful clip channels will get it, and then I'll check it out then for sure. She does need to be found, Barb. You're absolutely right. It's really not about Ernie and his shenanigans. It's about finding a missing little girl, right? For sure. So, I don't know, Lurking. I don't, you know, I am not going to say anything bad about Prayer Garden. I don't have anything to say about her. So, like I said, you guys want to watch it. I don't even know what time he's supposed to be on there, but if y'all want to watch it, feel free to do so. Like I said, if anything, if a clip channel will know what is relevant and what's not relevant, right? I don't think Ernie's a good dude. I don't know what anybody else feels, and y'all can feel however you want to feel. I don't think he's a good dude. I think that, you know, there's a lot of shadiness going on, and But Ernie's going to use what he can, what's going to give him the most attention. And Ernie has always known that talking about the Summer Wells case is, going to give him that attention for sure. But he said too many things. I heard that too. I heard Xander was a good guy for sure. No doubt about it. I haven't, to be honest with you guys, I've not really been around people who've said bad things about Tina. So, for sure. He doesn't care if it's a good or bad attention. Exactly. All right, you guys, I have been on here 4 hours. I'm going to get my ass off here. Thank you, mods, for hanging out with me. I appreciate you for real. You guys are going to believe what you believe. You're going to, I am not going to sit here and try to tell grown adults what to think or what not to think. Y'all have your own opinion, and, it's kind of crazy town for sure. And, but yeah, Ernie has said a lot of things, and people are going back and listening to what he says. They're putting little puzzle pieces together, and he's going to do what he's going to do. He's going to say what he's got to say. As I always say, you'll get there when you get there. People will get there when they get there. You're welcome, Mama T. You're welcome over here anytime you want to come. For sure. For sure. Thank you so much. All right, I'm getting my butt off here. Be you, do you. Go wherever you need to go. Try to listen to a little bit of music. It soothes the soul. And don't freak out, people. I've got to take the song out of this live. And then I definitely will make sure that it's out there. I don't have anything to hide over here. And some people, y'all don't like each other. I cannot help ya. I cannot help you. As I always say, I don't care if you like somebody or don't like somebody. Coming up on my panel and, trying to convince people that so-and-so's a liar, la, 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 la. It doesn't matter to me. And as far as the rap stuff, everybody feels the way that they feel about that. I personally have not ever spoke with rap, or I don't know any of those people that are involved in that situation for sure. Yeah, so it is what it is for sure. I mean, if anybody wants to talk about that, they need to go speak with somebody who knows about the situation for sure. So, okay, you guys, I'm going to get off here, and y'all have a blessed day. I am going to go listen to some music over at Lightning Vipers. I love the Sunday music at Angelo's. I am going to go. Hey, Nick. What is up, girl? You missed the glory hole. Wanted to come up and talk smack. For sure. I don't even know who the fuck that guy is, but oh well. Hey, we're girl power over here. That's right. For real. Good to see you. Good to see you, Nick. Boys, good to see you. I hope you have a great day. Hey, and congratulations on you and your man's anniversary. So cool. Coolly, cool. For sure. You know, these people, they get jealous. They do. They get jealous over people and the relationships that they have with their significant others. Like, it ain't changing anybody's life any, for sure. All right, like I said, thanks, Nick, for popping in. I will follow Nick. I will. I asked him about the something and accusing PG of sending merge to Cyrax to get people to go after. He said it was an option. Oh, I don't know. I think they just need to fucking leave these people alone, if you want my opinion. I really didn't know anything about it. All I heard was that they were trying to talk shit about Evil Ghosted and Peachy, and you know, they always gotta fucking talk shit about somebody, right? That's what makes them important, I guess, for real. All right, adore you. Thank you, mods, for hanging out. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Mama T, for coming up. And Ernie, I think your ass is getting called out. So, yeah, I guess we'll see where things go from here. If he had any real information on any missing child's case, I don't know. I don't think he does. I think that, you know, he's grabbing at straws to have content, for sure. He went around and demeaned everybody, started shit with everybody, just for attention. It was all a fucking attention grab, for sure. But Ernie, for real, you're looking pretty fucking sus, dude. You are looking pretty sus. So, thank you, Mr. A. All right, peace out, you guys. I will catch you later. Have a good one.